Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 120. 欢迎大家好. Welcome. We're in our short day, our day 3 of Unit 32. Let's get right into it. Travel issues. Have our new structure. So, location plus the that's another location. So it tells the distance away from the left to the right. Locations. Jia.学校 机场 仗场 酱店 酒店 公司 办公室 Oh, there's Stalker. Zamaban. 很太不远定 Duolingo's doing pretty. Duolingo's pretty good. What are you up to? Bean. Bean. 让让让 it's fine. 让做像停 Oh, I looked up the grammar thing on this. Yeah, that's true. I looked up on it. Oh. Day. Day. So it is day. So they keep cycling between day and duh because it is between day and duh. So this particular one is day. Day my. Day my. 票。票。票。一个半小时 methods 走路走路开车飞机汽车火车火车 知道，知道，知道。All right. And then units 31 body. Chào cậu. Chào cậu. Chào cậu. See, I said cow again. Chào cậu. Chào cậu. Oh.头发，头发。脸，鼻子，鼻子，耳朵，耳朵，耳朵。眼睛，口，嘴巴，嘴巴，身体，身体。手，手，肚子，脚，脚，走路，跑步， 色，A 白绿蓝右N That's good. Good enough. Good enough. I think we covered the stuff we missed yesterday, right? Yep. Oh, 可以 Okay, 可以 Sure. Alright. It should be relatively short. Relatively short.
4块9毛3分。
4块what? Oh, personalized practice. 4块 something.
4块9毛3分。
9毛3分。
4块
9毛9毛。4块9毛3分。
3分。
$4 or 4 point. And even that denomination doesn't translate. It's 4.93 yen. 4块9毛3分。
你吃猪肉还是鸡肉？
你吃猪肉还是鸡肉？猪肉还是鸡肉？
你想去西班牙旅游还是日本旅游？
你想去西班牙旅游还是 Where are we going?
你想去西班牙旅游还是日本旅游？
日本旅游 You want to travel to Spain or Japan?
你要喝咖啡还是喝茶？
你要喝咖啡还是喝茶？咖啡还是喝茶？
我可以跟我的朋友一起来吗？
我可以 Oops. That's no. 我可以跟我的朋友一起来吗？我可以跟
我的
朋友
一
起来吗？
来吗？
我一共买6个。
我一共买6个。
一起
办公室
写
分钟
时
间 我们，嗯，我们下个，我们下个星期一起看电影，吧，or just 看电影。Oh, there it is. 电影吧。
我们
我们
下个
下个星期，我们下个星期看
电
电
影吧，
影吧。Whoops.
一起。
我们下个星期一起看电影吧。Or they could put it in the front, but I don't feel like it. Oh, there's station. Oh, hello.
猪肉、
米、
水果、因为、
牛
肉、
那个
89块7毛6分。
89块
89块7
毛
毛6分。
6分。
午饭、周
周
末、
唱
买、
中午
你买了多少？你买了几个游戏？你买了几个游戏？
你买了几个游戏？
The etymology of Kwai, the original traditional version, means piece or block because ancient currency was in metal and clay, so later it became mean for a unit. Yeah. Yep. That is the etymology.
我们什么时候去喝啤酒？
我们时候啤酒。我们
什么时候去喝啤酒？
去喝啤酒。我们什么时候去喝啤酒？
喝啤酒。
喝啤酒。
他说的不快。
你去哪儿锻炼？
你去哪儿锻炼？
你
去
哪儿
锻炼？
锻炼？
他每个星期日都去锻炼。
他每个星期日都去锻炼。每个星期日。So,
我只会说英语。
我只会说。
我只会说英语。
OK. 我只会说英语。
英语。便宜。
晚饭。太
喜欢。
个
我们什么时候出去吃饭？
我们什么时候我们什么时候wait
出
to
去出
interesting. That wasn't introduced yet. Do you have any acquaintances to practice your putonghua with in real life, or you have some plans to travel to China someday? No, not really. I listen to my parents most of the time. My parents listen to Mandarin programming most of the time. Or I mean, I listen to Mandarin programming most of the time. I use it when I need to. That's about it. I've already said this a bunch of times for the languages that I've chosen. The languages that I've chosen, I don't change anything about my lifestyle. The studying is the only change because I'm already surrounded by that language most. Although speaking it, I don't really think it's I don't have any goals of sounding great or anything like that. It's a functional thing. I use it for a functional thing. There's no pride or extra pleasure for excelling at it. Interesting. Yeah, that's what they mean in Japanese, yeah. Woman. Let's see, woman. 什么时候? Interesting.
我们什么时候出去吃饭？
出去. Oh, 出去. Oh, wait, I knew that. 出去吃饭. Whoops. Go out, like outside. 出去. Okay. 什么时候? 我们什么时候出去吃饭?
肌肉
Although there is a chance, station, there is a chance I might go to Hong Kong next year though, for a family related trip, like a with family related. Don't know how that is gonna work.
房间
房间
米
肉
羊肉昨天我的朋友和我 or I guess 我的朋友和我吃了羊肉 哦 昨天 I guess 昨天晚饭昨天晚饭我的朋友和我吃了羊肉
昨天晚饭我和
I mean it could be
我
placed out here too, that's fine. We could say it first, the subject first. Actually, might as well say it that way.
我
Actually, I'm kind of curious. Huh. Or just 我朋友
朋友和
Or just 朋友和我
我朋友我
和我
吃了羊肉
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. 昨天晚饭oh, they put 我 first. Okay. 我和我 okay. I mean, that can make it make sense that it's my friends. Although I probably have the knack for specifying whose friends they are. They don't have to be your friends. Enjoy the visit and the food? Well, we'll see. I mean, it may not happen. It may or may not happen. Yeah, I'll try to though. I typically choose to do things I enjoy. The tea is cheap there. 那里的茶很便宜，那里的茶很便宜。
那里
那里的茶很
便宜。Will it be in the less warm, like in the spring? Summer is pretty miserable in China, Asia in general. Yeah, it's gonna be in the winter. It's gonna be January. Or the winter here, anyways. I'm not although I have to make a disclaimer. I'm not adverse to any type of weather. I mean, I run in 100-degree weather or 100-degree Fahrenheit weather. So it's okay. Like 37 to 38 degrees is not too bad for me. Let's go traveling in Spain next year. My parents, though, on the other hand, or perhaps it's largely my mother. Perhaps she might have a problem with it. 明年我们去西班牙旅游吧。 明年
我们去西班牙旅游吧。Okay. What is your weather like wherever you are? How do you like your weather?
一共3850块。
一共三千一共3850块。California, very nice. Really? Humidity also plays a large factor. I run rain, snow, humid, dry, wet every single day outside. So, again, I would like to iterate regardless of the factors. Getting chilly now? I see. California, chilly, so 40 to 50 degrees, right? Fahrenheit is probably a little bit chilly for you. 30 to 40, something like that. I mean, I might even push 50 or 60, I guess. It's okay here. It's about like ideal temps now here. About 70 degrees Fahrenheit. 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, like Drake Bard gave a simple okay. Explaining more of the etymology. 一共3850块。
为什么你没有告诉我？
为什么你没有告诉我？
为什么？
为什么你没有告诉我？
你没有
告诉我？告诉我。
为什么你没有告诉我？
告诉我。
告诉我。
I'm saying it like in Fujianese, but.
分钟。
盘子、办公室、
告诉
数。这个732块5毛。
这个
这个
700，这个700上个no 32块5毛 no that's
这个732块5毛。700，这个732块5毛。32块5毛。
老师不想吃鸡肉。
老师不想老师不想吃鸡肉。Oh no, that's an English usage rule. I remember this. Still remember this from like middle school. And I still hear this. The teacher don't want to eat chicken versus the teacher doesn't want to eat chicken. This is a English usage rule. Although I'm kind of curious if they accept this. Colloquially, I know that people actually use don't. Indeed, backstories are wonderful. Associations, explainers, nuance digging and whatnot creates sentimentalism and interest. If, for example, like if you have an act for writing like things backwards, visualizing things backwards, that's still useful. If you enjoy writing like eat and you like to write it backwards, that's still a memory aid. You're putting in more things. They do, doesn't they? They do, doesn't they? Yeah. This one, I think a significant majority of online texting would use don't. The teacher don't want to eat chicken as opposed to doesn't want to eat chicken. That's a usage rule, but I don't think it's a natural rule. I'm just highlighting. I like to highlight these things about English grammar because what is natural doesn't mean it's grammatical. Or usage appropriate. There's so many things about English text that happens so regularly. The teacher don't want to eat chicken. I've seen that written so often that it sounds normal. Especially crossword enthusiasts, yeah. Anagrams, yes. Anagrams are fantastic. It's actually really impressive. I'm terrible with anagrams, so I don't use anagrams. I use pictorial things. Like mental pictorial associations, so more like mind palace things. But people who do anagrams I almost feel like anagrams cater to people who might have like aphantasia a little, right? Aphantasia and stuff. Or maybe like varying degrees of aphantasia. But anyways, anagrams. Very, very... I'm terrible at anagrams. Not gonna even try. Me. And for me, best way to memorize is to talk about it. So I like talk to myself. Self-dialogue is my key, I suppose.
苹果
面条
Or listen to Sub-Zero make jabby remarks. Then we'll forever know. I remember most of the goofy things that Sub-Zero have said.
面条
水果
所以
我想请你们来我的家吃午饭。
我想请你们来我家吃午饭。Gabby remarks, yeah. Yeah. It's nice. It's nice. Otherwise, if you like studying alone, self-dialogue is a great thing. Someone told me that there's no difference between self-dialogue and a monologue. I'm like, I guess I can kind of see that. The difference between self-dialogue and monologue. There is a big, to me, perhaps to that person, there is a small difference, or maybe a negligible difference to that person. However, self-dialogue requires a challenge, a perspective challenge, a perception check, maybe. We'll call it a perception check. A monologue is not challenged. So you can go on a monologue because in one perspective, or maybe multiple, but they're not challenging each other. When I talk about self-dialogue, I'm talking about like challenging yourself to have multiple perspectives, especially contrasting perspectives. Like, am I right or am I wrong? What are the things that would suggest I'm correct? What are the things that suggest I'm wrong? That's a self-dialogue. A monologue is, I'll tell you why I'm right. That's a monologue. I still remember that instance too. I think that was even before I started Chinese, actually. That was probably like 180-ish days ago. A random stranger told me how communication works. How behavioral communication works. They told me what they think. How communication works. The irony is they were giving me a monologue. 我想请你们来我的家吃午饭。Oh my gosh, English. I like to look at these. Look at their 4 twos. Look at these prepositions. Sub-dialogue versus subtext. Yes, very interesting. I'd like to invite you to come to my home to eat lunch. Oh my gosh, the twos. I don't relish that. 2 to the 2 2 2. So many twos.
昨天晚上他请了我跳舞。
昨天晚上他请了我跳舞。Oh, yes.
昨天晚上
他请了
我跳舞。
对，
鸡肉、肉、椅子。
What are you doing at the moment, Station? What are you up to? What have you been doing?
鸡蛋。
Oh, we got our conversation cut a little bit short because of timing. But today, I just started. So there's like another hour and a half. What have you been up to lately?
胖。
Oh. You just went to Taco Bell for dinner? Have you been to other Taco Bells outside of California, Station? Because I'm genuinely curious if there is like a regional flair to Taco Bell. this is also making a presumption that you live somewhere in SoCal, but there is a very less likely chance that you live way north where maybe the regional demographic didn't influence Taco Bell. No, actually I usually don't go there. The last time must be before COVID. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. The last time I have been to California was to visit my friend who's no longer in California. He has returned to the East Coast, but it was in San Diego, right? San Diego, and we had tacos, but not like it was like it was social media taco places. So, or like the local regional taco places. But I had often been curious what it's like to have Taco Bell in a regionally different, like influenced place. I haven't been to a country where it was not Americanized. So like, for example, the last time I had a franchise food was in New Zealand, but New Zealand is more or less, the franchises are incredibly Americanized, so there wasn't like a Kiwi special in McDonald's or Domino's or Burger King or something. This particular store has improved a bit. I used to get a stomachache every time you have Taco Bell, but now their foods are okay. May I ask why you go to Taco Bell? Barring your history with stomach aches. One of my closest friends, the story that he told me about his one Taco Bell experience, the way he described it was fantastic. He had like a board game night with like coworkers and colleagues back then, and one of the colleagues decided to bring Taco Bell for everyone. So he consumed some of it, right? And he described it. He's like, after like a few 30 minutes or so, he immediately got up and he walked out and he just vomited. Like vomited outside. He's like, oh, well. And then he felt good. He felt okay after that. But the way he described it was pretty funny. He's like, well, like it tasted all right, like it tasted fine, and then something happened. I just got up, walked outside, and I just upchucked all of it. I was curious, this store has a big remodel, maybe during COVID. Now their interior's on par with some Starbucks. Ooh, fancy. Very fancy. I see. That sounds very posh. Or like posh for Taco Bell. My friend still, I mean, like he has quite unlucky. He's quite unlucky with food. So, I don't think, I mean, we don't eat Taco Bell. Actually, I know someone who genuinely likes to go to Taco Bell, so that was the last time I had Taco Bell. Maybe 2.5 years ago, I think. Something like that. Yeah, quite posh for Taco Bell. I'm glad for them. Yeah. What do you get at Taco Bell station? You wish they had wait, you guys don't have Taco Bell there, Sub-Zero? Do you have something like Taco Bell? Like, what I mean is, do you have something XC? Like, is that a thing? Is that a cuisine in Norway? Are people into Tex-Mexy things? I like eating noodles with chicken. I mean, I do too. 我喜欢 我喜欢吃面 猪肉 I don't know 猪肉面条。我喜欢吃鸡肉面条。 Okay, all right, that's fine. That's not quite what that says, but I'll take it. You just tried their 3, which is the burrito supreme and crispy taco and a drink. I see. What type of drink do you go for? Do you reach for the Baja Fresh? I feel like if you go into Taco Bell, that's what I hear most of the time. You grab the Baja Fresh for the novelty. Because I feel like other franchises don't carry Baja Fresh, so if you're gonna go to Taco Bell, you might as well grab that. We have taco places, but the prices are crazy. It's like $20 for a burrito. What are you getting on a burrito? Do you have you don't have something like Chipotle, do you? I mean, even Chipotle doesn't reach 20 bucks. Does it? I mean, nowadays it can reach 20 bucks, but back then... Hold up. I mean, Chipotle is also a Tex-Mex place. Hold up. What is the price of a bowl? I mean, prices have been skyrocketing, but I don't think Chipotle is that high. Yeah, it can get around 13 USDs. 13 USDs, yeah. On the average end. Oh, Baja Blast, sorry. Baja Blast. You're right. Drake. Baja Blast. I don't drink soda very often. It's yeah, Baja Blast. That sounds better. Yeah, Baja Blast. Taco Bell teamed up with Pepsi. McDonald's is with Coke. Oh. Prices are literally like that for all fast food places. I guess it's why it's not at... Oh, okay. You also tried their cheesesteak burrito. Ah. And chicken quesadilla? I see. I think the last time I went, I had a Crunch Wrap Supreme, and I think that's like incredibly basic but safe. The Crunch Wrap Supreme. I think that's the thing. Prices are Chipotle got into trouble during COVID with the food poisoning. They're recovering now. Yeah, they did. Although their work model and overhead and stuff is incredibly successful, right? Regardless of setbacks. Dang, I had to Google Baja Blast and that looks good. You're a big soda guy, Sub-Zero? You don't strike me as a big soda guy. I figure you'd be like the EO H2O, you know, the Norwegian H2O. I'm kidding. You did mention some drinks before. Energy drink addict to be more specific. Yeah, you mentioned some energy drinks already. I don't know Baja Blast. Is it like Monster? I have no idea. I haven't drank Baja Blast. So I have no idea. This is from the people who like Taco Bell. I know like some people who like to patronize Taco Bell, so they grab Baja Blast. I have no idea what it tastes like, personally. You haven't been to Taco Bell in ages, so I wasn't sure Baja Fresh was something. I honestly, sometimes I don't even know if the things I'm recalling are accurate. Yeah, I got a Crunch Wrap Supreme. And I don't think I drank a beverage when I was there. Oh, no. I had like a standard cola. So I had like a
Oh, no, I had like a Minute, right? One of them. Which one's with Pepsi? Is Minute the Pepsi product? Is Minute PepsiCo? No, that's Coca-Cola. What is the Pepsi Co version of Minute? Is it Fanta? Yeah. Is it Fanta? I think no, that's Coca-Cola. What is the Pepsi version? I know it's one of those things. Whatever is colored. No, not Mountain Dew. Like the orange. It was a different. Oh, Crush? Something like Crush or something? I don't know. It's something that is equivalent to Fanta, which that's what I had. I had something that was colored. It was orange. And I'm like, oh, okay. That seems okay. It tastes like, soda orange. Man, now I kind of want Taco Bell. Huh. I'm more of a Chipotle guy. So. Grab and go. It is $13, I think. I don't think it's increased that much, actually. From the last time I had Chipotle. The last time I had Chipotle was... it's a long time when you have to think about how long you've been to Chipotle. I think the last time I've been to Chipotle was before COVID. Definitely before COVID. So at least 4 years ago. At least 3 to 4 years ago. The last... Yeah. Man. Do you have a go-to fast food place? Me? No. I genuinely, 9 out of 10 times we eat at home. Yeah. However, if I would go to a place, I'd probably stop at Chick-fil-A and Chipotle. I'd probably stop at Chick-fil-A or Chipotle. Actually, this is like borderline fast food, but if I'm going out to eat, right, and I spend 90% of my time maintenance like fitness and all that stuff, like maintaining my habit, I go all out. So if I had to go to a fast food place, I would find the closest Shake Shack or the closest Five Guys. I would go to the closest Five Guys or Shake Shack since I'm East Coast. So if I were in California, maybe like go to an In-N-Out or something. But I'd probably get a burger. Burger doesn't happen in my family and I don't prep burgers too often. And living in the United States, you kind of want to lean on the burgers. Sub-Zero, which combo do you enjoy from Domino's? Basic Hawaii. That's such a troll answer. That's such a troll. Actually, low key though, my parents are Asian, so I mean it goes without saying. And pineapple on pizza is actually fairly alright. Ham, not so much, but the pineapple, fair enough. That's not even a troll answer. You love Hawaii? Yeah. I know. Well, you're into Asian cuisines, right? We talked about this. I do like pineapples. Like warm fruit is very special. Like for example, a Thai restaurant, dude. Mango rice. Oh, mango rice. Give me some of that hot like condensed sugar onto some hot rice with mango slices. Delicious mango rice. Or what is the Chinese dish called? It's glutinous rice with it's sweet glutinous rice, but I forgot what's in it. But sweet glutinous rice, it typically has like dates and like other fruits that are in the sweet glutinous rice. So
warm fruits next to your starch is it's a very... Did I already tell you this, guy? Did I already tell you that concept of Hawaiian pizza came from Canada? Did I mention that before? Hawaiian pizza is Canadian. Like what I mean is people are very interested in like the history, right? The etymology of things, or like the origins of things. But yeah, Hawaiian pizza came from Canada. Or it was conceived in Canada and then popularized. The people who made it thought of Hawaiian. Mango rice sounds yummy. No, I don't know the history of Hawaiian pizza. Yeah, so in Canada, there were the people who came up with the pizza thought about Hawaiian cuisine. So yeah, they were inspired off Hawaiian cuisine. However, it was in Canada. It was just funny. I don't know. I thought it was pretty funny. Like, it was out of left field when I heard someone mention it. It was like, nah, right? Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. There's a Canada and Hawaii. Yeah, there's a Canada and Hawaii. There's a Hawaii in Canada. That explains everything. Hawaiian pizza is Canadian. My life is a lie. Yeah, it was inspired to be Hawaiian. They got one called Manhattan, which is pretty good. Manhattan. Wait. Like Manhattan pizza? So is this like, is it New Yorker? Like super thin? It's with pepperoni, red onions, pepper, and chili. Chili? I love me some pepperoni. There's a... Interesting. Yeah, mango rice. You need to go to mango rice is a common place, a common dessert at a Thai place. So you have to find a Thai place. A Thai place will have mango rice. Have mango rice. Get sugar overdose. Have mango rice with your mango lassi. Or your mango lassi. After you down a Thai spicy, I don't know, basil fried rice or something. And then throw in like I'm not even like throw in a dish of drunken noodles. Chase it down with some mango lassi and then finish it off with the mango rice. Make sure it's Thai spicy so that the mango rice feels relieving, you know. Fortune cookies are Californians? Yeah, fortune cookie conceived in California. That is most certainly the case. Fortune cookie popularized in California, manipulated and distributed by the recent Chinese immigrants, starting with one region and then now Fujianese people. Like the most recent resurgence is the Fujianese people, which my parents are of Fujianese heritage. Networked, very networked, tightly networked from east to west coast. Like chili flakes, not whole chili. Oh, chili crisps. I like the term that people have been using, like recently in the internet space. Chili crisps or chili flakes works too. Makes sense. Yeah. I've been hearing people use chili crisps oil, but they say chili crisp, but I do the chili crisps. I don't know if you ever pronounce this. This is another English thing. I'm kind of curious how many people actually speak this way anymore. Like when you say tasks, you say tasks, crisps. Can you even do that sound? Desks. Have you guys ever done it? Like, it's kind of fun. I think it reminds me of some things in Japanese. Not so much Chinese, actually. Not so much Chinese, but Japanese. This desks. It's kind of like how you do like
like grass, like sus, right? Susku, like susko, like it's kind of like the like dropping, kind of like truncating the sounds, kind of thing. Tasks, desks, masks. I still do that. Well, I think the majority of people now, at least around me, say like instead of saying like tests, like with the emphasis, it's just tests. Or desk, 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 just desk instead of desks. This test is a bad example. It actually doesn't do it that well. Let me know. Let me know. Are you in the Are you in that gang or not? Okay. More numbers. Let's refocus. 6000 6000 6000 6000 6000 70块
6000
6000 6000 70块
70块。
对。这个32块，2块5毛。
这个
Do you like that? No one likes fast food, Sub-Zero? Like I'm genuinely I'm actually kind of curious. Is it like a grass is greener on the other side kind of thing? Because honestly, the fast food might be expensive because the standards are different. And what I mean by that is each fast food chain, right? Like I think this is something that is not well understood by a lot of people. When they treat fast food chains and the quality and the standard like it's generalizable, right? To operate a chain like a franchise, right? To enfranchise, there are different types of ways it's organized, and oftentimes it's the local managers, the people who enfranchise, are the ones that determine the pricing. A lot of times in the structure, not all of the things, and the main HQ may enforce certain prices, but generally speaking, it's due to the local management. So whoever's enfranchising is the one that's determining the price a lot of times, outside of like company advertisements, right? Like special deals, like for example, Subway's $5 footlong, or now I think it's like $6.99 footlong. That is up and up. However, those things are enforced. Every other item is determined by the local manager, the person who owns the establishment, with a agreement with the franchise owners. So I feel that is often a gigantic misconception when people say, why isn't McDonald's the same here than here? Why is like McDonald's, as in like the company themselves, making these prices like reasonable and having McDonald's here? It's largely because the way enfranchisement works is that it is the local owner that
that maintains it, not necessarily when it comes to pricing and stuff. Now they do go to training to meet a bottom line. However, the bottom line is the bottom line. So generally speaking, going above the bottom line, like the average quality, like the standardization, is solely up to the cultural handling of the work environment and the culture that is fostered in the chain restaurant. So it is a bit of a mix. It's not entirely rested on the actual company, right? They enforce a bottom line. Everything else is more or less the regional thing. I would love it or it was cheap, but I mean, I guess it encouraged better health because nobody wants to spend that much money on food. In a way, yes. Yes, I think the food regulations are really strict here, so that's probably a part of it. Oh, okay. I think the quality of fast food quality can change significantly from sort of even among the same brand and within the same. Well, that is true. I'm not saying that. That's literally what I'm saying. As a consequence of understanding how fast food chains are structured. You don't eat at fast food if I can help it because it seems like a gamble. It is a gamble, but eating out in general is a gamble. So if you know what I mean. So what I'm saying is, the quality variances of fast food is closer in management and effect than your typical gamble on any restaurant you would go to managed by an individual owner, more closer to that than a lot of people may understand about how enfranchisement works. Like, that's largely how you get the difference between like Japanese McDonald's, Italy McDonald's, and the United States McDonald's. And if they didn't have the same name, your cognitive dissonance would go away. Like, what I mean is, the idea that fast food is a gamble is no more of a gamble than going to any of your local restaurants. You're still making the same gamble based on the quality that the people want to strive for in their restaurants. So you don't eat at a fast food if you can help it. That's no more than gambling on a very shady pizza place that's run by a local mom and pop. McDonald's in Asia has so much fun dish than here, right? Yeah, shrimp burgers, durian pie. Yeah, the reason why I bring this up is I wasn't aware how the management worked really in a lot of the popular franchises, the international franchises, until recently. So I was looking at like the infrastructure, like what would it take for me if I wanted to start a McDonald's or something, or if I wanted to start a Taco Bell? How do I do that? Like, how do I go about doing that? And looking at what you have to do, what your upfront cost is, and the standards and stuff, it explains quite a lot about how that's why it's variant. I understand that there are chains that are better at that than others, and you're gonna be surprised, but it's harder to work for. Like, what I mean is, so the question is, how much do you want to make as a local owner, right? You are paying for the enfranchisement, but you have to maintain a standard. So it is really incredibly dependent, in my opinion, on the person who's opening the business. And what are the consequences of not holding the standard? You get closed down. The company owner can terminate. The owner, like McDonald's, can terminate your store, your contract, right? And then you're out of your money. Like, it takes I think it takes $500,000 in liquid money. You need 500,000 liquid money. Yeah, exactly. Years ago, it was 500,000. Yeah, at least 500,000 a year ago. Yeah, and now it's more now. Maybe double now. Yeah, exactly. So you have to keep, like, that's something to keep in mind. The individual is the investor. So if they have that much liquid, they're going to try to make as much of it back as possible. I guess. I don't know. That might be a capitalist way of looking at it. But yeah, it requires about maybe a year or two ago, it was you need $500,000 in liquid. You have to be at least that to open a McDonald's. Like, whew, yikes. And then you think about a mom and pop shop, and you can get a building, rent a space. In 3 years' time, you'll probably rack up close to 500,000 in budget. So, kind of a gamble too. So, like a grand opening store, right? Like a grand opening restaurant. You hope that that person has experience, right? If not, it's as much of a gamble as. Oh, well, actually, I would argue it's less of a gamble than in franchise place, because they have a bottom line to meet. The idea is how much higher will they go beyond the bottom line. When you go to a mom and pop shop, there's no bottom. Your idea is the faith that you have in those people and their pride in their work, in their food, makes that bottom unlikely to happen, which I think that's a cognitive fallacy. It is a cognitive fallacy to think that something that has a standardized consistency ends up being more varied than something that doesn't have a standardized consistency. So independently run restaurants and stuff have a bigger bottom, but a much higher top. A lot of times, I guess, because of exploration novelty, than standardization. So it's kind of like here, let's make it related to language learning, right? Anki is a consistent performer. That is fast food. Fast food is consistent. It varies within fast food. Like, you'll have varied success using Anki for sure, because it's the user, right? It's the user. However, independently run restaurants have no standardization. If the restaurant has been around for a while and a good reputation with a chef and staff that have been working for restaurants for a number of years, I would say that would be a safer bet to eat at. Yes, but you are choosing, Drake. You're making an argument by choosing the best example versus a standard. So when you're saying, oh, I'm avoiding fast food, you're talking about fast food run by thousands of people over a fast food restaurant that has a high chance of getting new employees, sometimes on a weekly basis. Fair enough. You don't know that independent restaurant is run by new employees or old employees. Your sampling size is you decided to choose the best case scenario. This is why this is a great highlight for argument's sake. You chose the best case scenarios and conditions versus a standard. If you take a standard of the variation of the best and the range of independent owned restaurants, is that significantly greater than the standard of fast food? I'm not actually saying that this might not be the case. I actually think this is still the case. However, the argument you made is that you took the best case scenario and compared it with a large sample size. That is like saying, I threw up once, in my opinion, I threw up once
eating Taco Bell, so therefore all Taco Bells will make me throw up. So if you reorganize and reorient and take a whole region, and take all the restaurants that are independently owned, take an average, I would argue it's still kind of statistically significantly above fast food though. Like I still would be on it. You're choosing a place that's vetted, so to speak. Yes, you are. And in fast food, it doesn't require vetting because it's an enforced bottom line. So if you're taking a blind approach, which you didn't, this is not blind. What are the chances that you're gonna get a standardized experience or a wild card? And you know, for me, if I'm going out, I still take the wild card because I'm actually interested in having my ups and downs. When I am reliant on something to be standardized, then I take the standardized thing. If I go out, I'm looking for an event. Because I don't do it very often. If it was blind, I would say the chances are equally as likely. Yeah, it's about negligible. I would say it's about negligible. That's probably what I would go with. However, the nice thing about standardization versus novelty is that I like the adventure. So for me, if I was going for something safe, it doesn't have to be like a fast. It's hard. Like I don't like the phrase fast food because the two that I named like Chipotle, like Chick-fil-A, and Five Guys. It's difficult to call them fast food considering at home, for me personally, at home when I prep the things in this, it's about the same amount of time. So I don't like the idea of the word fast in fast food because food is fast at home too when you cook it. So it's very relative. However, fast food serves a purpose in that it is generally going to be cheaper. Yes, it's convenient, right? It's convenient and standardized. You know what you're getting, in my opinion. Like what I mean is when you said it was very varied, like it's a gamble, the range is far smaller. I guess my perspective here is the comment that you made about a gamble. I would argue that not only is it probably not very substantially different in terms of its range in gambling when you take like enfranchised versus franchised. It's closer than most people think. I think it's closer for two purposes. Regional ownership. That's rarely ever considered in franchise. So there's an owner of that place who upholds that quality. And in this case, the sampling size issue. The sampling size delta is very small when it comes to comparing these two things. So when someone says, I won't take a gamble on something, gamble implies that there's sufficient, in my opinion, sufficient sample size to make a proper decision, right? And personally, when someone says, I'm going to take a gamble, I don't want to take the gamble because it's not safe, or it's not safe,
I feel more comfortable in knowing that they are taking these things into consideration when saying that, or they just don't like fast food. You don't like fast food. And that's perfectly fine. I think it's far more acceptable to say you don't trust fast food. Don't trust or like fast food. I think that's far more reasonable because it's a sentiment. When it comes to gambling, it's probably negligible. Or maybe I'm going to say it's slightly on the side of, not that it's possible. I don't know how you collect the data to do that. Like sample all the non-enfranchised things, somehow create a metric that they all agree on, and then figure out how that is. I think this, in my opinion, it is easier to generalize something that is standardized. Generalize something that is standardized, and then rest on nebulous fate in things that are sporadic, right? Unregulated in a sense, far more unregulated, because there's no apparent metric or data to compare it to. So yes, it is a lot easier to ascertain if you can trust fast food compared to going to a restaurant that's vetted and etc. Because that one restaurant, you'll stick with it. There's vet that restaurant. That's how individualism works. That's how Souls-like games reach a baseline versus the indie, I don't know, storytelling genre. That, to me, comments like that is the overgeneralization of statistics. However, it is a dialogue worth talking about most of the time. Anyways, just a thought. I would trust fast food more if I personally knew someone who worked there. Me too, really. Honestly, if I walked into a, like, who wouldn't want to go to a place that you have someone that you trust? That's nice. That sounds very delightful. I think that is a very ideal outcome. Right? I still don't, like, with all the things that I've said, regardless, I don't eat fast food at, like, I eat at home. So, like 9 out of 10 times. When I go out to eat, we go to a novelty place. Right? A place that is like a special treat. When I go traveling, I go to a novelty place. And many of the novelty places are arguably overpriced. But I go there for the sentimentalism. Like, I overpay a lot of times. I overweight. It creates an experience. So eating out is an experience. Going to a fast food place is, like, in your local place, it's the opposite of that because it's standardized, right? So it's kind of like how do you want to enjoy language learning? Enjoy it the same way everyone else enjoys language learning. I'm like, if I don't have to, I'm not going to. It's not as exciting. So I try to at least cater to the priceless things, or the quote unquote priceless things. And eating, if I need to get my protein, right? If I need to get my protein and I don't have time to meal prep or cook, I go to the nutrition list, right? The nutrition list, filter by their standardization, and go to that place and buy it because that's standardized. And then when I don't care, you know, like when I'm like, oh yeah, I need just something really good, I don't care about the calories or the nutrition and stuff, it's like then I head out and go to a restaurant. It could be an entirely big miss, but it would certainly make for a great story. I watch a lot of foodies, traveling things. So like, you know, hit and misses everywhere. It's all good. I like talking about food. Sorry. All right. That's enough digression. Yeah. Personally though, probably Chipotle. I know. Oh, you know, there's a place called Mission Barbecue that's doing pretty well. Not sponsored, by the way. I hope I can actually say these things, but there is a local place called Mission Barbecue, and Shake Shack is kind of national. Food is always a good topic of discussion. Yeah. Obviously, I want to say, in a real idealistic world, I want people to like everything about food, right? In the long run, when I hear people avoiding food, that sucks. Like if you have to avoid food, that kind of sucks. That means the place you live in, right? The place that you're around or you're used to does not have access to like affordable foods, right? And that to me is a negative food response. In an ideal world, I would say I hope that people don't have to compromise on eating. That would be a utopia, obviously, coming from a privileged place. Like, in an ideal world, people would say how much they love to eat versus constantly having to be aware of not eating. Like, I wish soda was healthy, right? I wish energy drinks are sustainable. There are lots of things that we spend a lot of time making eating increasingly a chore and increasingly a terrible experience. Like what I mean, I'm talking about like the current trends of food, like like eating disorders or eating symptoms of paranoia is very real nowadays. You like go to a grocery store, and I don't blame people for being like, yeah, no, I'm just not gonna buy anything from the grocery store, because the first thing they think about is, oh, I should have no, wait a minute, there's something bad in there, like, and then you this is getting a little too personal. The energy drinks. No, what I mean is I wish science, knowledge, chefs, culinary art make food accessible for everyone. Like, there's none of that food fear and stuff, but it sucks because it's not that. We don't understand, like, sorry, I used the word we. I'm referring to like my old school, my old self, when I was interested in science, like when I was still working in science and biology and stuff. It would be such a wonderful thing to say, like, yeah, you know, sometimes I go to fast food places because it's great, it's healthy, it's affordable. Sometimes I just feel like working, you know, cooking at home because I have to work at home. It's great, it's good, it's you know, affordable. And then sometimes I just want to go to a local grocery store. It's great, it's nice, it's accessible. Like, that's kind of what I want to hear. However, it sucks that that's kind of not how it has turned out at the moment. I wish there was a healthier, comparably priced alternative to soda. Yeah, that was as readily available, that would entice people to buy as much as I've seen people buy soda. Exactly. And my only thought in my mind is, I don't even think science is gonna cut it, because there's a very, very big stigma to using like science to do things like that, if you know what I mean. Like, it's more like, oh, this is historically the thing. All the nature provides everything. It's like, okay, I get that. There are a lot of things nature doesn't provide as well. However, the idea is, when did it become humans can't come up with alternatives, or humans aren't able to innovate on being greedy about everything. Like, there was an interview with a guy who like studies a lot of pharmacology in terms of like fitness and nutrition, and he had this answer, like, somewhere along the line, the talk about a magic pill has come up, and they the person was concerned about, like, well, what if there was a magic pill? So would you want a magic pill? It's like, yes, absolutely. And that person took the words out of my mouth. Like, if there was a pill that allowed you to eat anything you want, that you coincidentally enjoy, and convert it all to healthy things, by golly, that should be a thing. Unfortunately, it isn't. Like, imagine, right? I'm thinking Star Trek now, and like all the other like science fictions. Hello there, Timmy. Konbawa. Yeah, konbawa. It would be so awesome, but it sucks nowadays, because I feel like don't eat this, don't eat that, and I totally get it though. There are lots of health cautions, but man, have humans, in my opinion, on the internet have made eating almost aggressively, almost equally a chore than it is an event to be really happy and be able to do. Like, oh man, like, I know Sub-Zero is gonna get at me on this. It's like, man, I just want to drink my energy drink. It makes me feel so good. And then in the back of your mind, right? In the back of your mind, you're constantly thinking, wait a minute, but there's all this other thing. So like food, while there are so many people who celebrate and eat food in moderation and try different things, there's almost as possibly arguably a strong even bigger trend in demonizing and stigmatizing food, to the point where people walk into a grocery store, or they get up and they think about dinner and lunch, and they think, what a freaking chore is it? Like, what the heckin' chore is it to prepare a meal that I won't feel guilty about eating? And that kind of sucks. I've been thinking about this for quite some time now. It sucks so much now that like you go to your bread and it's like, oh, this isn't organic, I should be eating organic or something. Like, it's something as simple as that. It's become so complicated, like so complicated. And the internet has a way. In the long run, I'm not telling you how you should eat or nothing. I'm not a physician or a dietitian. However, I want people to be really happy and talk about how much they want to eat food, because I think there's enough of, oh, I should feel guilty, or I should feel embarrassed or something, or there's so many X, Y, and Z's consideration. I think in the long run, man, does it cut someone's quality of life when they don't even know it. Well, who knows? With Elon Musk's vision of traveling to Mars may facilitate the need for such a thing to be developed. Hand me, I would love, like, one day, you know? I know this, I'm a little bit of a cynic when it comes to having magic pills and stuff, because you could argue, okay, if soda becomes healthy, what is it to say to stop people from consuming so much soda that it becomes unhealthy again?
You see what I mean? Like, humans are kind of very gluttonous in general. So lots of things that are already healthy in moderation are no longer healthy because of the gluttonous nature, right? Here, I've talked about this a little bit before. I worked in cancer research quite a lot. Like I had a very big like investment in like the application of oncology stuff. Like the study of cancer. And there was this philosophical thing that I wondered, and there was a professional writer who wrote an essay on this. Unfortunately I don't know what it is anymore, suggesting that what if there was a cure for lung cancer? What happens when people know that there is a cure for lung cancer? Would smoking increase to a point where the cure might be circumvented? As in, like, you have a cure for lung cancer, but a new problem comes up because you have a cure for it now. So smoking is not dangerous anymore, right? And then and this conversation was before electronic cigarettes. So the idea is, when a good thing comes up, when will it enable a population of people who know that to create a new problem? And this isn't a cynicism or doom determinist opinion. I'm saying humans will find new things, solve problems, and it will inevitably lead to new problems, and the cycle continues. And I think that's part of living life. so I kind of love that higher human nature, human condition stuff. I love human condition stuff. So I'm not trying to sound super negative or defeatist. I actually think it's interesting and incredibly poetic that what propels human nature to better itself and continue is also at the same time creating new problems in which they solve the current problem, leading to newer problems, which it's kind of like my thing about, like, yeah, humans are something. Yeah, human nature itself is sort of self-balancing. Yeah. There's an anecdote about Japan. People wonder why they're on average so much thinner than, say, Americans. Someone went around and asked kids their favorite foods, and many named broccoli joyfully. So it's a huge cultural thing, plus all the powerful industry, sugar, meat, and dairy. Yeah. I have something that supports that cultural observation. Well, like with anything, everything must be consumed in moderation. Yeah, homeostasis is a darndest thing about the human body. However, okay. The thing I want to say is, thinner does not necessarily mean healthier. For the record, I understand that, yes, obesity at the extreme is unhealthy, and being thinner is unlikely to be obese. However, I can tell you that while using life expectancy as a gauge for quality of life is not quite the same thing. So yes, there is definitely a cultural dependency. Like, for example, I'm a product of diaspora. So what challenges diaspora of Asian culture, right? Like, you might be thinking, oh yeah, well, diaspora, they bring their culture to the culture that they're assimilating, right? There's an incredibly high rate of diabetics and potential health risks that that is enriched in diaspora, especially people from like China,
for example. So yes, the culture angle is very real. Is it the principal driver in creating the thinness and how it's associated with broccoli and stuff? That's a correlation for sure. There's no shortage of amount of the diaspora that would say broccoli isn't their favorite thing as a kid. Actually, broccoli is definitely one of my favorite. That does not necessarily mean that I would be thinner than the counterpart. It is a great way to think about it though, and it's certainly the correlation is fairly strong. There are individuals who are incredibly thin who have terrible hearts. You can have an entirely carnivorous diet and still remain incredibly, remarkably thin. So all those metrics and whatnot, you want to think it's that simple. There is something to it for sure. And life expectancy doesn't necessarily also indicate that the person's quality of life was consistently high throughout their lives. So it's one of those things like you have this understanding like, okay, well, the person lives 90 years. What is the quality of life of those 90 years versus someone who lived 60 or 70 years? There's so many angles. I like to believe that having cultural practices would be like a solution per se, or a way to model after something. However, if we were to take the whole cultural aspect, right? Imagine how many people who were Sub-Zero's age who didn't even make it to adulthood in Japan and China. So what I'm talking about is very real. Yes, you're citing culture as a way to say the benefits of having like food and health and whatnot. That culture also comes with other baggages. So everything about that culture is fair game. And one of the things that are very fair game in Japan is the mental health of the average Japanese person. Tough, right? Tough. So now we're going into like something else other than food, so we're not going to go into that thing. I think for me, the main problem is that I'm lazy with making food. Well, your main work hobby is age? Yep. Writing. Don't worry. Take your time. I would love a healthy pasta salad, but it feels like a chore to make something in comparison to a quick, unhealthy solution. And you're ordering healthy food, then price becomes an issue. I was about to say. Because you could order a pre-cut salad and, a pre-cut pasta thing, but then your cost just shoots through the roof. And I'm like, yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah. So, in the long run, though, I hope all of y'all, I know all of y'all, I'm not Southern, but I like saying y'all a lot of times. All of y'all, which I think is becoming more custom, not like exclusive to the South, but all of y'all are eating in a sustainable way. Yeah, I hope all of y'all are finding something sustainable. It sucks when it really rips me apart when someone says, oh, I don't like eating, I'll just scarf down something. And I'm like, that's such a defeatist way. Yeah, I think it also comes down to how readily available healthy food choices are available to all populations when comparing US to Japan specifically. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. Accessibility, food accessibility. I'm either very willing to do food prep or very lazy. Fair enough. Yeah. Accessibility. I think in the long run, I hope food becomes accessible. Like, I think one of the wonderful things about content creation right now is the trend of getting people to want to prep food, or like to sentimentally associate behaviors that elevates the food experience. So yes, it costs time. However, that time can be elevated in value, as opposed to not lazy. To me, when you guys say lazy, is not wanting to do it. So finding ways of wanting to do it is something that can circumvent them. Like, how can you make wanting to cook your own food exciting, right? And then how does one help like a country's infrastructure to support that? The reason why I say that is, if the demand for laziness prone advertisement and convenience goes down, what do you think is going to replace it? Like, replace the demand? Well, those franchises will probably also cater to the ones willing to pay for it. If you think if you know what I mean, self-correcting, right? If the demand for what fast food is offering goes down, then fast food has to change to adapt to the demands. So if you have a swarm of trends and cultural internet things that break cultural boundaries, right? Breaks geographical boundaries, supporting like, my demand is we want produce or something that isn't what fast food is offering, they will inevitably have to change, right? They would inevitably have to change to compete. So if soda becomes very unpopular, sorry soda guys, I know, sorry, like if soda becomes unpopular, right, then another drink is going to take its place. What is that drink, right? What is that drink? The laziness comes from the fact that I can't afford to prepare food as much. I'm sorry to hear. I hope that changes. I think it would be so much easier to eat healthy if you had a private chef, honestly. You mean your parents? Sub-Zero, just go to your girlfriend's house and say, "Can I live with y'all?" You know, and then you're done. You're set. I'm kidding. But kind of not kidding. Yes, which is sub is something of a success within an occupation. Then yeah. How about liquid egg in a carton or a drinkable meal in a bottle? And dude. One day. I look forward. I've never lived alone, so okay. Exactly. I was so much healthier when I was living with your parents. Well, here's the thing. I don't want to be like a party pooper and whatnot. I'm glad you're saying that, Sub-Zero. It also means you had loving parents. You know what I mean? Like, on a very serious note, the things I have witnessed, like voluntarily, parents are also like a wild card when it comes to eating habits, right? And I'm happy, like it's very endearing to say to hear that you were so much healthier when you were living with your parents, as in your parents themselves also had great accessibility to food and understanding of food and whatnot. My parents, yeah, they're a bit of a mid. How about like, I think that's essentially what Soylent. Yeah, Soylent. Oh boy. Speaking of Twitch culture revolving around something, Soylent is one of them. Soylent was trying to make. I've never tried it personally, so I can't speak to equality. Yeah, that's true. I'm lucky to have parents with healthy eating habits. Yeah. Quite a lot of Soylent, Fido, and before Soylent, there was, your other meal replacement stuff. Like Slim Fast was one of the OGs, right? I don't even know how old you guys are. I don't know if you were alive when Slim Fast was a thing, because I was alive when Slim Fast was taking off. so like Slim Fast is probably one of the older ones. And that person made the formulation, and then after it crossed the threshold, they just sold the brand off, right? So we're somewhat healthy, not like extremely, but rarely do they have fast food and such. I see. 44. If I was making $1 million, I'd be moving out. Oh, you were around? Yeah, SimFast. What came after SimFast? There's another thing that came after, but there's so many meal replacement stuff. I tried some of them. I don't want to ruin anyone's appetite, but some of them gave me some massive constipation. Yeah, Ensure. Yeah. And Soylent seems to be Soylent is an evolution of SimFast and Ensure's abilities. And nowadays, like, people are trying to sell like protein shakes, right? Protein shakes and plant protein shakes as yeah, Ensure is that product. Ensure is that product that you like think of old people who are like needing supplements, right? And they might not have like the mechanical ability to reach their nutrition gains. So Ensure was originally designed, at least that was the intent, at least the impression I get. So when you have older people who might not be having mechanical, like, meal prepping is tough, right? You guys are young, great. You guys are young but lazy per se. But when you get older, right, it's tougher, right? The mechanical stuff can be tough. So Ensure became like a formula for people who are missing their nutrition, right? Supplementing their nutrition. Yeah, I've already noticed the uptake of all the various protein powders that have really taken off. Yeah, I actually had some of them. I used Orgain for quite some time. You used to eat Ensure like products? Oh, okay. Orgain. I use Orgain every once in a while because I don't meet my like nutritional needs way back. Now I do. Very frequently drink. Yeah. I gathered that. All right. We'll shelve some of this conversation for next time. It's gonna come out. All of this stuff is gonna come up all the time. What is a good take-home message here? I hope all of you are eating in a way that you like to eat. Like, when you go and eat, you're like, yes, that's awesome. Like, oh, it's lunchtime, I can't wait to eat. And also, in the back of your head, you're like, yes, I can do this for the rest of my life without any like incredible nagging problems. So hopefully that becomes a thing. The reason why I say this I don't want to make this sound easy. You'll never finish your Duolingo this. Well, it happens a lot. Don't worry, Jay. Jay, it happens all the time. It's been a while though. It's been a while. Like, it's maybe been like 4 or 5 days since I had a conversation like that. I think the last one was because of Sub-Zero asking me a question. Oh, it was 2 days ago, I think. Sub-Zero asked me if I were to make a game right now and suddenly obtain skills of a great game developer, what kind of game would that be with like unlimited resources? That was the last time I spoke for like 2 hours or something, 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, this is pretty regular. I want people to be, wanting to have discussion, talk about the things they like, the things that make them happy. Yes, I'm the Yap King when it comes to questions.
So, this might sound like I'm nagging. If nagging works, then so be it. I want people to be happy when they talk about things, right? It sounds like, oh, but you might be forcing yourself to be happy or something like that. There's enough negativity around the internet now. I don't think you need shortage of that. Like, if you go on YouTube and watch a video, there's enough negativity, right? So nowadays, if something's hard, make it enjoyable, right? If something is a gamble, reduce the gamble, or make it okay to gamble. That can be taken out of context. Like, make it a gamble you're willing to take, right? Like, for example, one last point. I still, to this day, am willing to gamble on any stranger. Ask yourself, are you? Like, what I mean is on strangers that I meet on my terms, right? So, are you? Because I think trust is in a suspiciously downtrend nowadays, and trust kind of bleeds into pretty much almost all the topics that we have talked about, right? Trust is on a downtrend. I think humans have now come to normalize make it okay where everyone's gamble. Humans have come, in my opinion, because of the explosion of information. Human has come to normalize objective facts as the end all of human life, as in like human meaning, like value, when value is inherently subjective. So, you don't like this car, you don't like this food because it is quote unquote objectively worse than the next thing. No longer is it that, oh, I love this and I'm willing to also trade off and compromise, though, like, I like to eat red meat every once in a while, like that kind of thing. Instead, it is completely overshadowed by the storm that is forceful, objective, hyper-objectivity that removes any sense of choice and uniqueness or ability to compromise in most of your decision making. So when someone says, what do I eat for lunch? You can probably have an idea of what that lunch is now if it were to be healthy, right? So to me, it almost seems like because of the hyper objective efficiency of the internet and how that's working, you might go through life thinking you don't ever have a choice anymore, and you don't enjoy any of the choices you make. Yeah, Penguin, I see you doing really well, being consistent on that Duolingo. Penguin, ganbatte kudasai. Right? Oh, I'm sorry. Jayo. Wrong language. keep up the good work. Yeah, and then make sure to engage yourself in other ways. Obviously, Penguin. There's lots of things to sample out there. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say. Right? 2 hours later. This was a short lesson. So don't worry about it. We got this. We can nail this in the really quickly. Yeah, consistency, Penguin. Consistency. It's all about that consistency. Anyways, thanks for chatting, guys. I don't know how Sub-Zero does it because it is the weekend. No, it's not the weekend. I don't know how Sub-Zero does it. He lives in Norway and he's still up. I'm just saying. He was here. Did you go to bed and get up? I swear.
You're a grinder? Yeah. Grinding away. It's 4 a.m. over there, Penguin. Okay, you're overseas too. Penguin, you don't happen to live in Norway, do you? I swear, around this time zone, you're either Brazilian or like South American, primarily Brazilian, or you're have a flip schedule and you're somewhere either you're German or Norway. Norwegian or German. That's kind of, you live in Morocco? Oh, you're the second person I've met from Morocco. Neat. I have to stay up all night this time to get this work done. Oh, I see. It's almost like 6 in the morning in Norway, isn't it? Yeah, and he has school. Like, Sub-Zero's at university. I'm not the only one costing time. Worth though, worth. All right. The first Moroccan penguin you met? Probably. Yes, definitely. First Moroccan penguin. Are there actually penguins in Morocco? I know this might sound like a foolish question. However, if you're Moroccan and you have an affinity for penguin, it's got to come from somewhere. Yeah, Morocco. I met someone else. Her name was I think she went by Solka or Saka or something. I haven't heard from her in a while, but she's Moroccan too. She was learning Korean, and she was waiting for she might pick up Spanish or something. It's been a while. You have yet to find out penguins? Okay. Did you know I liked penguins in Madagascar a long time ago? Low key, Timmy, when Penguin said Moroccan penguin, the very first image I thought about was Madagascar penguins. Like, that's the closest imagery. Oh, okay, Penguin loves those too. Now I'm referring to the person on YouTube. The Penguin loves the Madagascar penguin. Those penguins were special. I think they're still going. Anyways. All right. We're gonna focus on our lesson. We got this. It's all good. More chatter for next time. Don't you just love how this goes? I think language learning sets a great platform for intercultural exchange. I think there's something very special about people who like to be culturally involved in different languages, or like having different languages tend to select for people who are into intercultural perspectives. Yes, back to the grind. Well, fast penguins will still be big a week from now. Yeah. Yep. Okay. 这个 let's see. Madagascar penguins, man. 这个
700
730 32块32块5毛5毛
32条块
sorry
5毛
5毛 Oh yeah, we're back to our current chapter. We're good.
机场离这里远吗？
What? Just kidding. 机场
机场
机场离 Where are we going?
机场离这里远吗？
这里离这里远吗？
远吗？
Is the airport far from here?
飞远
离
牛
Where's 牛 Okay.
该
Sorry. Whenever I think about guy, I think of chicken, but it's not like we haven't used this for chicken. I think guy is more of a Cantonese. It's more of a Canto thing. But I could be way out of my base, but when I think of guy, I think of chicken. But D is all I know so far. So I don't know.
Fei.
You have no pinyin, is that better? I do pinyin on day ones. So I use pinyin on day ones. And then today's day 2. Oh no, today is day 3. So I don't have pinyin on day 2s and 3. So no pinyin on day 2s and 3. So I normalize the pinyin on day 1. Every unit. So each unit is broken up into 3 days. So at day 1, I normalize all the pinyin on, and then I turn them off. So then I'm solely relying on my own pinions in my head. So that's kind of how I'm doing it. Include this. How? All right, that's fine. We'll remember it for tomorrow.
长
长
靠
靠
离
离 飞
跳
跳 长 远
远
我会坐晚上9点半的飞机去伦敦。
Yeah, on and off, and I'll steal your technique. I do this when I'm watching stuff and whatnot too. So like, I toggle this all the time. Whenever you need it, like, whenever you get stuck, it'll become less and less frequent. So, I know like people don't like romaji or heavily rely on like furigana for like understand your kanji or using pinyin for hanzi. However, you can always do this. You can toggle it, right? You spend the day doing one, you rest, you take a breather, right? The next day you come back and you turn it off, and then whenever like you're like, oh, I don't know these, just hit the button again. The idea is eventually it'll get lower and lower. It takes me less than 30 minutes to get used to the new, right? So nowadays it was relatively fast, right? 去晚上的我会轻松 right? 欢迎飞机2 9点半坐why does that look like London? That's London. Yeah, London 9点. Right. So you get used to it. And at some point you don't need it because you don't have any characters anymore. That's not going to happen for a while for me. I think right now I'm at like 700 characters. So that's not even a drop in the bucket, right? A drop in the bucket. But when we get to the sounds and reads, maybe I'll say it'll feel like business as usual around 1300 or so. When you get to 500 or something, you can guess. Sometimes you can guess at what the sound is. And the more characters that are put together, the more likely you'll get the things. I think the most abstract is when it's just chi. And that's fine.
我会坐晚上9点半的飞机去伦敦。
我会去呢？对，我会去
我会坐晚上9点半的飞机去伦敦。
我会坐晚上晚上的 or was there a time? Probably not.
9点半。
晚上9点半的飞机去伦敦。
伦敦。
去伦敦。Sure.
Besides Duolingo, what do I suggest to do to improve your Chinese? Unfortunately, I didn't do very much yet. It's been 120 days, so I haven't done very much beyond Duolingo that I don't already do. So what I mean is, in my regular life, I'm around Chinese, so that's not an option, right? That's not an option for other people. So let's ignore this. Outside of Duolingo, some people have offered quite a lot of things. If money is not an issue, I know. If money is not an issue, people have mentioned, I think it's called Hello Chinese or something. There was something called I think Hello Chinese was the thing that had books. So I think it's more of a graded reader thing. Don't quote me on this. I think it's called Hello Chinese. There's also Hanzi Hero. Someone mentioned this as well. It's kind of like Hanzi Hero is kind of like the counterpart to Wanikani. I use the grammar wiki, but that's more for reference. So grammar wiki is for reference. So that means if I don't understand anything, I go to this reference. However, it rarely comes up so far. So if I don't understand it, I go to the Chinese grammar wiki. It's really good. I think the grammar wiki is good. And then I just use MDBG dictionary for most of my other things. Not really much about beyond that. I have to make a big disclaimer though. My parents do speak Mandarin, and they do listen and talk and have Mandarin blasting all the time. So it's very... I'm not isolated from Mandarin. So lots of these things though, these things come from other people who don't have an environment. Yeah, I remember a girl that was really good at Chinese recommending. Yeah, Hello Chinese. So if you have resources and accessibility, don't blast it all the time. I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to change your lifestyle. It's good. I would encourage you to do whatever you find that you're able to integrate Mandarin to your lifestyle. Like for me, in the morning, I think of my morning routine in Mandarin or in Japanese sometimes. Like whenever I get up and I look like I'm brushing my teeth, right? I'm brushing my teeth. I think about like, if someone asks me right now about something, how can I say it in Chinese or in Japanese, right? And that's kind of what I do most of the day. I look for things I can hear. I have to say that I think there's in my uptime about 30% of my time is in English exclusively. So I didn't make this clear before, and it's worth noting that only 30% of my uptime is exclusively in English. This hasn't ever changed. Like, this hasn't changed. Before I started learning language, right? Before I really started trying to learn and be literate, it was like this the whole time. So I'm kind of very used to hearing and already doing the activity. So when someone says like, is Duolingo the only thing I'm using to study? The answer is still yes. It's largely the only thing, the thing that I'm using to study, because the rest of the stuff I do, I already do regularly. It hasn't really changed that much. So my love for Chinese and Japanese was first. The language learning didn't make me love. I like the language. I like it even more now. However, I think other people want to learn the language in order to get to something they love. So like, in order for them to find satisfaction in learning Japanese, they need to become successful at being fluent in Japanese before they like learning Japanese. Like, before they find it rewarding. I have not come into this thinking that any day is unrewarding to me. So that might be a different type of mindset. That might be something to consider, right? Finding something that makes you love language learning. Like, when you get up, you're not forcing yourself, right? It's kind of like Sub-Zero and Timmy saying they were too lazy to make food. I'm sorry, guys. I have to connect. I like connecting all the conversations together. Like, my first thought is, if I don't like making food, how do I make it so that I do like making food? And that would be a place that I would focus on. If I'm going to spend 6 to 8 hours a day studying Japanese or studying Chinese, I have to address the elephant in the room. How do I get myself to study for 6 to 8 hours or talk about language for this long? If you can do that, in my opinion, I think a lot of things kind of solve itself. You personally gave up learning Chinese on multiple occasions, but your love for it got you to come back to it. Hold on to it, you know? Find a way. Ask yourself, you know, how do you cultivate that love for Chinese? Like, cultivate it. Gotta come up with. Obviously, I don't know you very well, so I wouldn't know what that is. However, no definite answers. Other than giving the advice of other people who give me. I enjoy Duolingo, and that's all that I really need. So, if someone says, well, wouldn't you be happy if you knew there were other things that would make you love the thing even more? It's like, yeah, sure. Tell me about them. However, I don't need more. I'm not a greedy person. I'm not greedy. Someone asked me earlier today, would I go bald for 1,000 USDs? And my first response was like, well, you don't. Honestly, I forgot to include this, but I shave my head when the weather gets warm. So like in another like 2 months, I shave my head. And then I wear a cap. That's where the whole hat thing came from. So you don't need to pay me $1,000 to even do that. The idea is, though, I have no desire. Yeah, bold, not really. Yeah, the person phrased it that way. You know, English is tough, right? English is tough. So, like, you know, they meant like, would I shave my head for $1,000? I'm like, well, I don't need $1,000. I'm not really that greedy. My dad is bald, so I'm I'm waiting for my time. Where's my money? Because my hair will grow back, so it wouldn't matter. Yeah. So my thought was, cultivate the interest. Right, I don't know how that. I went off the rails there a little bit. Cultivate the interest. Write down what makes you interested. I think it's true what you say about the culture interest. Yeah, you gotta cultivate the interest. I know that meal prepping, cooking, and starting things kinda sucks at first. But man, boy, if you have a friend or yourself that's willing to make it all that interesting, that's great. And I donate some of that money on personal, and I donate some of the money on personal, and the rest to help family. Yeah, yeah. My thought about that question about $1,000 if I were to shave my head for $1,000, my thought was, where is that $1,000 coming from, right? And what is the intent of it, right? I don't stream like for example, true to my word, I don't stream for profit. I don't keep people company for profit, right? If you were in a neighboring place and you were feeling down, we can go out and get a cup of coffee. That's perfectly fine. Like, I buy you a cup of coffee. Share some, goodwill. The idea is, I've always said this most of the time, I only stream because I have the privilege to stream. It's not that I have an unlimited source of money or something. I have enough money. And the idea is, my goodwill and my attention is not for sale. That's the thing, right? So when people say like, oh, but you can get views and you can get things when you trend chase and stuff, it's like, well, I could understand that if I needed those things, but I don't need those things. Right now I don't need those things. Like if one of my loving family members or something like need a lot of funds and I don't have enough funds, that could encourage me to convert some of this stuff to make money or something. It would look very different. We wouldn't be having conversations like this, and I wouldn't be using Duolingo, and there's a lot of things that I would not be doing for the sake of pragmatism. What's my PhD? My PhD is in molecular biology. I specifically graduated from a virology lab. We studied retrovirology.
Call.
Oh. Yeah, cultivate your interest. I think the only thing I have of value is my company. That's what more valuable than someone's own lifespan? Obviously, a very cynical person, an objective person, can come up to me and say, well, your time doesn't help feed the hungry. I understand. This is what I can offer. So it's not comparing to what is next best thing. It's more comparing to what without the thing, right? So that's kind of, I've had that tackled before. It's a very legitimate thing. One time you dreamed of becoming a geologist? What happened to that dream, Jimmy? How young? How long ago was it? It was a 2-year phase? Huh. I don't actually know what geologists do in the contemporary sense. Not ultra serious. 2 years sounds like something. Oh, you weren't ultra serious when you were in your late. I see.
我们
What's the best book you've ever read? Maybe a life-changing one? Ooh wee. Penguin, I'm gonna give you this is what I say most of the time. My memory, or how I treat memory, I know this is a slight digression too. The way I treat memory is very different. So I always think of my experiences as a combination, as a cumulative combination of everything I've done before. So everything in a single place. So oftentimes when I think of favorites, right, my best book or best anything, right, best anything is the most recent thing that is able to
elicit most of myself. Not necessarily because it changed my life, but the thing that I resonate with the best of myself. So it will likely be something that I most recently have read. So the most recent book that I've read was actually Faults in Our Stars. By John Green. So because this book encapsulates everything in my experience. Oh, teenage years, Timmy. Okay, teenage years. And the next book I choose to read is probably going to become the next best book. Is how I go about things. So what is my favorite game, right? For example, what is my favorite game so far? It's Cobalt Core. Because it's the current game I choose to play. Now, Cobalt Core reminds me of as many games as I can that relates to it. So all the games are past. So that allows me to appreciate the present. Like, I don't read a book and think this book is not as good as, or it's not as good as the last book I read or my favorite book. I read the book and it reminds me of all the other things that I have read. And the more of it does that, the more likely the book will stay in my memory. So, kind of like language learning, right? What is the best thing that I've ever done that I like about language learning? It's Duolingo. It's the most recent thing that I've done. What does Duolingo represent? It represents all my high school years, all my middle school year, all my college years, because I bring all of that to Duolingo as well. So if Duolingo doesn't provide something, I'm doing it myself. That's kind of the challenge. So it keeps me in the present. That's a little plug for my mindset a lot of times. But the best book is probably Faults in Our Stars. That's the most recent one. I watched a movie at the same, like right after as well. Your favorite game right now is Fast Penguin. What platform is Fast Penguin? You really like penguins, huh? What platform is Fast Penguins? All platforms? Oh, here it is. Oh, interesting. It's free to play. Intriguing. Oh, it's a cart style. Interesting. Cart style game, huh? Neat. Funny enough, it just came out. I never got the chance to play it still. Oh, okay. Japanese company called Historia. How do you know this, Timmy? That's hilarious. That's funny. Are you two the same person? Wait, hold on. You're not the same person, right? Are you pulling my leg here? No. Japanese Twitch friend played it. Oh, I see. Fair enough. I'm kidding. Sorry. Timmy, I'm kidding. Sometimes I'm not very good with sarcasm. Not the same person. What I know so far is like Fall Guys. Yeah, it looks like that. Fall Guys with a cart. With like, I saw a lot of cart mini games. I don't blame you for asking. I mean, listen, the first thing I hear about Fast Penguins and two people that I randomly know at the same time, coincidentally from two different places on this planet, that's a big coincidence. Not only is it racing, there are challenges that you need to go. qualify. Oh, okay. Fall Guys, huh? Featuring penguins. That sounds like right down your alley. Yeah, currently I'm playing a game called Cobalt Core. There is not a penguin in it. There are no penguins in Cobalt Core. There's a skunk, a possum, couple rats, a rhino, a turtle, a ram, and 2 or 3 unidentifiable ones. I'm not quite sure what they are. Oh, there's an alligator too, or a gator. I'm not sure there is a penguin. It's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard to tell. Is there even a bird? I'm not sure if there's a bird. Anyway, give you an idea. Cobalt Core. I don't think there's a bird in the game. Like any bird in the game. They're all, I think most of them are mammals. Whoops.
开车去那儿只要1个半小时。
That startled me so much. 开车去那儿，只要，开车去那儿只要1个半小时，1个半小时。English. Okay. That startled me. Sorry. I think the wrong sound in Duolingo startles me every time.
开车
Please stop on the left side.
请
请听
靠左边
靠左边 Wait,
靠左边
position first. 请靠左边，请靠左边停。
我们得买火车票。
我们得买我们得买火车票。
火车票。
Is the airport far away from here?机场离这里远吗？飞机机场离这里远吗？远吗？离
这里远吗？
远吗？机场离这里远吗？别靠近我，别靠近我。医院离这里远吗？远吗？
医院
离
这里
远吗？
我们得买火车票。
我们得买火车票。
By the way, in case I forgot to say this, really appreciate the conversations. It lightens the mood. It energizes me. And I hope it energizes you guys to do things too. Hope you guys are smiling when you're chatting along and whatnot. Having fun. You enjoyed the conversation? Nice, Penguin. I hope you're enjoying what you have to do as well. I'm sure, I don't know if you have school or anything. Hopefully you're getting those things done and then finding time to do the things that you like and want to do. Sub-Zero, on the other hand, I don't know.
我们迟到了怎么办？
Sub-Zero staying up all night to get something done. Yeah, youth. The reason why I'm smiling and chuckling is because I've done that so often. When I was your age. I can't believe I'm even saying that. I think you're gonna hear me say that a lot. Like when I was your age, I do that. You have to go? Your day is getting started? Oh my gosh, yeah, Penguin just got up. Yeah, good luck with your day. You have a big data analytics course today. Good luck. Good luck, Penguin, on your data analytics. You have to tell me a little bit about what you're learning in school. Sounds like a university course. Data analytics. I'm not the greatest with data analytics, but I know a little bit about bioinformatics, so that's not too bad. Yeah, feel free to educate me in what you're learning or share. Yeah, take care, Penguin. Officially old enough to say when I was your age. Yeah. I don't know, Drake, if you were around when I mentioned. I'm not like a stranger to mentioning my age. I'm 37. I'm not saying I'm old. I'm not saying I'm old, but I use it for fun a lot of times. Like there are, gonna be people that say like, oh, tell me when you're 40 to say, and so it's not a competition. I use it often as a way to humanize people. You would have guessed around 25. Yeah, I get that a lot. I talk about the Asian thing, right? I don't know if you're Asian, Drake, but this conversation leads to, whenever I reveal my age and stuff, as in like whenever I say my age, I always make the joke about, so Asians have this like complexion thing, right? Complexion, like outer complexion. I don't know how to spell complexion, but that's it. Where you're like, you do this. So this range would be like anywhere from 18 to 25, right? It'd be like, yeah, and then if you're unlucky, if you're like, this is like the average Asian. If you're unlucky, yeah, I can understand. So you do this, and then all of a sudden, one day, I'll be this. So one day I'll wake up and I'll look like I'm 100 years old. Until then, though, I'm anywhere in between these ages. And I make the joke all the time. That's why I talk about my real age most of the time. Like I'm 37. Because the response, here's the thing. When I was like 15 or 16, people still said I was between 18 and 25. So like if I wasn't like actually short, we're talking about puberty, right? like adolescence. My height didn't change much after 13 years of age. Like it was between 13 and 14. My height and stature and stuff hasn't changed. Like outward appearance, like I might have a little bit of facial hair and like sun exposure, like my face might be a little bit like a couple shades darker because I go outside more often, but generally speaking, I have been unceremoniously between the age of 18 and 25 since I was 13, or since I was 14ish. And the reason why I chose this age is also this is the age when I got glasses. Immediately people say, oh hey, you look 18 now that you're wearing glasses. I still remember that day. I came to school wearing glasses and they're like, oh hey, you don't look like a, you know, prepubescent kid anymore, that kind of thing. I don't know. You've noticed that too, I think, and it just happens overnight, just like that. Yeah, it just happens overnight, just like that. Complexions. You did not hit the Asian genetics, have the youthful Asian genetics. I see. That's all fair and good. I actually think when I think of older gentlemen, right? When I think of older people, you gotta remember that I'm also Chinese by nature, right? Like I'm cross-cultural, I'm Chinese. So when I look at older people, I think of wise like wisdom and endearment and reverence. So that's usually how I see older people. I don't typically like associate. Some American values do bleed that talk about like aches and, you know, aches and beauty standards. Some of that does happen because I'm American as well. However, most of the time it's like wisdom, endearment, and reverence most of the time when we're talking about older people. So being seen as older does not, that's actually something that I don't mind at all, actually. You've noticed that too? I can see so many that look really young, even when they're in their 50s or 60s, but I think that everyone I've seen at like 70 all look at age, yeah, like the 100 age, like 6 layers. Like you see the person's face, right? Their eyes, and they have like 6 layers of bag, and then like 8 billion crows, like crow's feet going out, and then they have like a hunchback. You know, they look like this, right? That, and they'd be like super friendly, right? Super friendly and saying weird things, and that, like, that old. Wait, let's put a Fu Manchu on this guy. Yeah, like this. That's how I imagine myself one day with a cane. That's how I imagine myself one day. Although I expect myself to still have hair in my 60s. Because I don't have any living relatives that don't have hair in their 60s. But anyways, yeah, that's kind of how I imagine what I will look like one day when I wake up. It just happens overnight. One day I'll wake up, my back cracks, and then I'm just hunched over then. But hey, at that point, most people don't care about their looks anymore. Yeah, more or less. Because of the culture I came from, I'm inclined to view age positively too, despite a lack of any Asian blood that I know of. Yeah, I think of age as incredibly... I think of people who aged as untouchable. And I don't mean by untouchable in a bad way. I mean untouchable as in you can't circumvent it. The idea that someone lived longer than you, if they're alive, they will always live longer than you. And that's something you can't circumvent. So there is some reverence and all that in there. But I don't want to be like the cynical person to say, like, come out like, well, you do know older people doesn't mean they're wiser and they know a lot of knowledge. And it's like, yeah, I understand that. I get that. However, That is the contrast between East and West culture. Just wait until you start browsing grocery stores with a hunchback and across behind your back. Low key, when I was like 20-ish, I was very tired one day. And I found myself doing the exact same thing. I'm like, oh, you know, he's just holding my back up and then just walking. It's like, yeah, that's it. What do you think about going to a bald 70 years old and patting them on the head? I would wear lots and lots of hats. It's a perfect time to wear hats when you go bald. Because I can earnestly tell you, having hair while trying to wear hats can become an entire like ordeal. So I would wear lots and lots of funny hats. In fact, I would probably be the one to wear a very inappropriate aged hat. Like maybe like one of these. Oh, you mean doing that to someone that age? What do you think? Wait. So here's what do you think about going to a bald 70 years Doraemon? Maybe. Doraemon? Maybe. And patting them, going and patting them on the head? That might be a little sus. Yeah, going and patting them, that might be a little sus. That I'm not sure if you could I would ask them. Honestly, I probably just go up to them and like, can I pat your head? If they say no, it's like, well, what's the worst they can do, right? They can say no and then look at you funny. That's probably how I would go about it. Whenever I see someone like that, I always feel like they're carrying some wisdom though, like they know something we don't. Yeah. It's a taboo? I could see that as a taboo. I think things are taboo when you make presumptions. And what my westernized side has really told me is, instead of assuming or presuming what's taboo, which is very characteristic of a monoculture, right? Monoculture in China and Japan, they are very strongly monocultural. To remove all doubt is that I'm going to be a foreigner, right? Outside of my residency in the United States. And one thing that I've acquired is if you ask the person, you remove all doubt. So if someone said, I prefer you not pat on my head, it's a taboo. I'm like, all right. And then I go to the next person and say, hey, can I pat you on your head? It's like, oh yeah, sure. Why? Go ahead. Like, nice. You don't know. I think it is very safe in a country that has 99% adherence to a singular culture to obey those cultures. And I do that, you know. When in Rome, do as the Romans say, right? On the internet, I prefer to just ask the person. In any way possible, even indirectly, if you will. If someone's not comfortable in saying something, I'm like, what do you think this is? How do you feel about this? Like, what does this image make you feel? Right? And it might be too direct. It might be too personal. You might actually offend people in a monocultural country. I'm willing to take that and making a fool of myself than assuming something and then predicate on that. I think there's no wisdom gained when you do not know for sure. You only know based on assumptions. What would you say is a hugest taboo in Asian culture versus American? You mean like when they juxtapose to each other?
You mean like taboos that... Okay. When you say huge, right? Huge. Are you qualifying... What are the qualifications? Frequency? Like tolerance? Like, what are we talking about? We gotta get a little bit more specific about what constitutes as huge. There's some... I can think of a few off the top of my head. Consequences of it, maybe. And then this is like, I guess Americana versus let's just say, at least what I construed as Chinese culture, because I can't really speak for others. Relatively comparison of offensiveness, so consequences. Okay, so offensiveness. Again, I'll qualify some of these. So something that I commonly see that is somewhat tolerable, that is often, it's tolerated to not be offensive, but it is offensive a lot of times when it comes to like West meets East. I've already set this up a bunch of times. It's probably something that people on the internet culture is normal. It is normal to do this, or it's normalized, as in you expect this kind of. However, since I grew up outside of the internet culture most of the time, the most common thing is to correct people publicly. That is probably the biggest, one of the most highly occurring, somewhat tolerable, offensive things to do. That's contrasting between East and West. That happens every day. However, because of tolerance, the response is being polite. You respond by being polite, or like politely declining. That's probably the first thing that I had to negotiate, even before the internet. I had to understand, and the thing, what I call is a face culture. I think face culture is the most common thing that is comparatively incredibly ubiquitous, as in it's everywhere. This is a very, very tough subject. It is very difficult to go into a room filled with perhaps like Western and Eastern mix, right? In a room, and come out feeling great about face culture. When you correct people publicly, it's offensive. Even out of kindness. So that's probably one of the biggest. It's even, and then the degree gets even higher when it's a younger person correcting an older person, right? And you'll probably see this in, like, you know, they exist now. The face culture exists in Japan and in China. As an American, or at least I'm going to do that characteristic YouTube commentary. As an American, which I'm not a great representation because I'm a minority, I really appreciate people's kindness. I do. Some part of me, though, will inevitably be affected by the face culture that I grew up in. So, yes, I understand that kindness, and I said this before, you can be offensive even if you're kind. That comes from a place of East meets West. For someone who is monoculturally westernized, being kind is the intent. The intent is all that is the bottom line. So if you go around criticizing someone and you had their best interest in mind, it vindicates any form of cultural backlash. In Eastern culture, that is not the case. It is a reflection on your personality and your intent to even perform that action in the first place. Whether you are trying to communicate the intent or not, the act did not act compassionately to the person you're trying to help. So you act out of kindness in a selfish way, because you did not take into consideration how shameful and publicly embarrassing it can be in a face culture. That's kind of like I would say this is 101. This is the one that occurs literally every single second someone types a YouTube comment or a chat comment. Like somewhere in the ethos, there are hundreds of thousands of comments that will clash in this setting. Largely why when you look at publications now, especially Asian publications, if Asian people Asian companies have, YouTube advertisement and stuff, the comment sections are deactivated. Now there are special interest comments. If you read all and translate all the Japanese comments or all the Chinese comments, they are ubiquitously publicly polite. Versus when you scroll down and you find occasional things, you'll probably find like similar behavior from everyone else because they fall in line. Like what I mean is cultivating public politeness encourages adherence in public politeness. That's kind of the idea behind face culture. It's a contentious, debatable way, but the fear of embarrassing yourself in public and the fear of embarrassing someone else is so great that it adheres to a general need to be polite and positive on the outside. Any reflection on your personality and someone you have, your own countrymen, like the people you share a country with, identity with, that is absolutely shameful. So even to this day, I still have that resonance with my parents. Like when I think about things, the things I try to do for myself, I still think about my parents. Like I'm constantly thinking about my family's legacy. Regardless of how Americanized I have become, I rarely ever think in a void saying it's my interest that is the most important thing. So that's kind of where the face culture comes from. So I would say this is the most strongly cultural clashing between the West and East of recent years from exposure. Like, I don't know if this is the most. My personal encounters and personality enriches for this very specific thing. The idea of being right is all that matters. Well, it works in some cases when most people have the same idea. In every other situation, politeness and agreeability comes first. Whether you're right or wrong, or what your intents are, the decorum is the decorum. So it's tough. It's a one that's really hard.
Mr. Johnson, the manager, wants to speak to you. So what happens when someone in public situations speaking says something wrong and everyone in the crowd knows they were wrong but doesn't say anything? Is that still considered polite? Yep. You don't say anything. If that person asks you, oh, did I say something wrong? Like, oh, if you don't mind, I would like to share this. Oh, okay. And then in the privacy of their own space, you share with them that there's something wrong. People murmur, the messed up, the projector, the business meeting. Yeah. I watched a Japanese drama recently, and this guy is accusing other people of stonewalling and doing wrong things, but he denies it when asked. Yeah, so I'm not saying it's a perfect thing. Like, there are pros and cons, right? There are pros and cons to that. Things are not ubiquitous. There are definitely drawbacks to face culture. Like, for example, the power of seniority is incredibly powerful, and it is countered or balanced by an air of code and conduct. But that code of conduct is incredibly strict, right? There's less communication because there's no need for communication. Seniority takes power, right? There's no embellishments or changing of minds, right? Lots of code and rules are crystallized by the older generation. That's why, like, for me, there's an old veteran, like, reverence for older people, because it's also traditionally that they are the ones who have more experience on average. So that's, and then in these cultures, in these face cultures, leaders are often incredibly powerful, right? It checks out. In a Western world, how strong do you think the leaders are? Like, we're not talking about, like, in terms of, we're talking about in terms of face culture. We're talking about, like, humility, respect, reverence, and whatnot. It's night and day. When you talk about reverence and fear and, like, respect and strictness in a face culture versus a westernized culture. So it really is a performance. Yeah, social performance. It's absolutely necessary. And living and growing up in the United States, I do that in front of my parents. I am absolutely socially held to a standard. And for me, how do my compromise between East meets West, in my opinion, East meets West, is that I try my best to behave appropriately for any occasion. So if the occasion is that we in a Western party, I should be a little loose, right? Or be a little loose-lipped. Then I learned to do that. So in a way, yes, it's acting less like what I would typically act like at home or something, but it is obeying, being agreeable in a different setting. So when someone, I've gotten criticisms for this all the time, and the closest friends I have come to understand this. I don't talk to everyone the same way. I talk to them the appropriate way. And that to me is marrying these two things. If you don't like talking about Overwatch, I'm not going to talk to you about Overwatch. And it comes with drawbacks. It means that the criticism, one of the heaviest criticisms I have is that people think that I don't have opinions of my own. Lots of times I'm a pushover, or I may seem like a pushover, like, because I largely try to agree and try to back down or something. Not particularly. I want to learn how to be socially agreeable. And when you need my opinion, one has to, like most things in the East, be asked, so then I can directly respond to it. Voluntarily projecting all your personal feelings and in projecting your opinions onto others is a westernized thing. You don't do that publicly. You can do that in a personal space, but projecting your personal social like positions and whatnot in public space is face culture. It's endangerment of your face culture. Oh, and as a content creator, right, or I consider myself like someone who openly make content. I don't volunteer things unless asked, right? And I do that to the best of my ability. You might not like what you hear. However, at least I waited until you were open to hearing it before I actually share it. That's kind of the way it goes. On the internet, no one asks, and you still do. Because in my opinion, the internet, this part of the internet is westernized. It's predicated on the English speaking cultures, in my opinion, the English dominant speaking cultures. Where are Chinese people hanging out? They actually have their own network. Koreans as well. In fact, I don't know how well they're doing. I'm not sure if Azure TV is still up and going, because when you think about in like entertainment and stuff, Azure TV is a thing. Chinese has their own network. Not so much Japan, but Japan is kind of like the thing is it's very trendy right now. So they're meeting halfway. Like lots of the aspects of Japan's culture is very internet friendly, right? The current trends. But when you think about like Chinese culture, which kind of is trending a little bit, and then you think about Korean culture, it's a very specific aspects of those culture are projected. Appropriate parts of those culture are projected onto a Western platform. K-pop, for example. Ramen, for example. Food. Japanese food. And we're not talking about Japanese traditional food. We're talking about contemporary food, right? Ramen is not traditional. It's contemporary. That kind of thing. The East is trendy. It's pretty trendy right now. The youth culture is very trendy. Simply refusing to take full responsibility when superiors try to order him to do something, yeah, is an act of rebellion. Yeah, society focuses more on choosing its leaders better. Yep. Rather than reining said leaders in. Yep. Social performance, like distributing of power, is a very non-Easternly thing. Trust in your leaders is more of an Easterly thing. Largely, and we have to take into a bigger picture. The culture supports that, right? The whole thing supports that. Cherry picking in aspect, like, oh, why can't we have good leaders and the liberty to protest anything at any age and any experience? That's like contrary to each other. So, we have to keep in mind that cherry picking very specific aspects of a really large and interwoven thing is a very common internet thing. Like people make comments and write them as profound statements when they take things out of context. It's kind of ironic when we talk about taking things out of context when we're language learning, if you know what I mean. It seems that someone of high status compliance is at least socially disruptive. It can be. Yeah. Seems that someone of high status has to balance humility and boastfulness. Yeah. So for me, I go back and forth all the time. Oh, trust me. I embarrass myself openly when I'm speaking to Western
westernized people. It's almost night and day. Like I call this like code switching. People say this a lot as well when it comes to like language as well. But I code switch. It's like it's more part of me than not part of me. I feel like some people say, well, aren't you being like half of you every day? Like, no, this is all me. Code switching is part of being multicultural. You code switch all the time. If you watch a multicultural content creator, they constantly talk about being in between cultures. And they don't talk about it in a bad way. They talk about it like, oh, this is what this is like. This is what this is like. This makes me upset, but also it comes with this, which makes me happy. This makes me upset, but it also comes with this makes me happy. And those two things don't go together. Yet you live under both of them. That's kind of how I feel about that type of thing. If you go around invoking your family name constantly, that's rather cringe, though I assume frequently, like a try hard sort of thing. Well, it's very normal for me to refer to myself as part of a family as opposed to an individual. So like I am a member of X family. So that's kind of an interesting statement. I have grown accustomed to doing that at some places, like some occasions. It's kind of why I feel like picking up an alias on Twitch feels that way. I chose the name, right? I chose an alias to represent my online persona. And that online persona is what I'm going to cultivate my whole being into. And that kind of is a face culture in itself. Whether that resonates with how other people feel this way means a lot, because you know, VTubing is very real, right? VTubing is very real. And there's this social conditioning that can happen. Fake it until it becomes you. I'm not talking about fake it until you make it. I'm talking about fake it until it becomes you, which sometimes I wonder. So I don't know. It's a really great question. Those are some really serious questions, and I try my best not to make it sound like something is always better or something is always worse. It's often more interesting and moderately sobering when you think about as much of it as possible. Yeah, face culture definitely has its downs. Bottling your grief and grievances for the betterment of the community, or maybe not even for the betterment of, you wouldn't know until it happens, right? It's predicated on trust. That's how you get clicks on YouTube. Informing is another matter. Yeah. So for me, whether people are interested or not, or aware of how obvious it is, I think if you're not looking for it, you don't have to notice it. People get along with people by learning on the spot and communicating. So I often am a poster child for interpersonal communication skill. If if any doubt remains, communication, it sounds so cliche. However, it comes for me, it possibly means something very different. But in the end of the day, if there is not enough interpersonal communication skills, one cannot bridge cultures. So perhaps that's why language learning is so relevant and topical right now in my life, I suppose. It's nice. Anyways, let's finish. Let's finish this lesson.
我们迟到了怎么办？
我们迟到了，怎么办？哦，迟到了。
我们
我们迟到了。迟到
迟
了。
了
怎么办？
怎么办？
我们迟到了，他们不让我们上飞机。
And this is my anecdotal. So, I'm basically not saying anyone else. Like, these are my personal experiences, like my personal like takes and whatnot. Others can have wildly different things. Like people who actually live in China, people who actually live in Japan and stuff. And it would be great to be able to hear them too. Preferably if they could express it in English for now, because I obviously can't understand enough Japanese or Chinese to understand it at the level that I'm explaining being Asian American. 我们 let's see.
我们迟到了，他们不让我们上飞机。
我们迟到了，他们不让我们上飞机。对。我们迟到了。怎么办？
我们迟到了，怎么办？停！去意大利的机票太贵了。
去意大利的机票太贵了。让 Oops.
让
No one saw that.
停
迟
让
飞
办停
办理让迟
快一点上车吧。
快一点上车吧。去意大利的机票太贵了。
迟到太贵。
Sorry. No, wrong box. We need to get on the train now.
现在
现在我们
要
Yeah, they're using 要 this time. 现在我们要上火车。
上火车。
我的公司不让我请假。
我的
公寓
That's an apartment. 公司
我
的公司不让 2 not 4不让我请假。Let me go together with you. 请可以我跟你一起去。 请
得
Nope. Nope.
得
请可以我 Oh. 请让我 No. 请让我请让我
你
我
跟
你一起去。请让我跟你一起去。Dude, I'm telling you now, today I've gotten the most number of bots today. I think I've gotten 10 bots. Jeez. They found a new way. They found a new way to bypass the filter. Shooting them. Yada yada da. Dude. So many bots shooting them down, man.
我们得买火车票
This one comes out so fast.
我们得买火车票
It almost seems like it's like double the speed. I noticed this yesterday, the last 2 days too. So fast.
我们得买火车票
我们得买火车票。我们得买火车票。Yes, faster than Chinese bullet train.
我们得买火车票
我们得买火车票。Oh, jeez. Okay. We need to buy train tickets. Okay.
停飞
吃
饭让
Oh, which, by the way, Timmy, where are you in your Mandarin? Because I know you are very passionate, talk about Mandarin quite a lot at the interface of like Japanese and
去意大利的机票太贵了
What have you been working on lately with Chinese? 去意大利的机票太贵了。Lesson 2. ちょっと待ってください。Nah, you're fine. Did you find any other way, interesting ways that you have found usefulness for your Chinese, like engaging for your Chinese? I like eavesdrop. Okay, this sounds a little weird, but my parents speak very, very loud, okay? And even the walls of the house cannot keep their voices from resonating through. So oftentimes I tend to like sit there on my computer and I don't have lots of sound going on most of the time. This is as much sound that comes through all the time. And sometimes I just sit in complete silence. So I would hear my parents and I would like sit there and just pick out words and phrases as I'm going. That's kind of, I did use the Mandarin with my when I went out with my parents recently, and yeah, it's more or less intelligible, so it was kind of nice. Section 1. You just started professions. Oh, okay. Are you like doing anything else, or just chilling, taking it easy? What is up?
远
Yeah.
该飞离牛
请让我跟你一起去。
You have legendary or more than half of it. Very nice, very nice. Do you enjoy doing other things? Like what are other hobbies you're juggling outside of your
unusual coincidences about fast penguin with penguin.
请让我跟你一起去。
请让我跟你一起去。
让我跟你
一起
去。
Writing. Oh, okay. The Orient, more broadly, military history. Intriguing. What are you currently looking in military history? Have I? You're not the same person, right? It was some other person who's very interested in military history, and I mentioned letters from Iwo Jima and the flags of our father. Have you ever seen those pair companion pieces by Clint Eastwood, directed by Clint Eastwood? Oh man, those are fantastic. Flags of our father and letters from Iwo Jima. They're a companion piece. It's about a island defense between the United States and Japan around Iwo Jima. And you have both perspectives. The perspective from the Japanese and flags of our fathers from the United States. Oh man, I watched that in an indie film theater. It was fantastic. It's one of those like, man, no one asked for this, but it's fantastic. It's a very, very deep into, like, it's a very nuanced film in military history about like coloring or like trying to depict I guess the loss in translation between two very desperate cultures in a military, in a very disruptive military time in history. What's another military thing? I'm thinking of entertainment wise, like military things that are very like close to home depictions and whatnot that might interest you, that deal with like East and West conflicts.
走路
走路 Let me know. The Last Samurai? Yeah, The Last Samurai. Fair enough. Tom Cruise. Are we talking about the Tom Cruise one, The Last Samurai? Or is there another Last Samurai? It was right up that alley. Yeah. It was right up your alley. Wait. Are we talking about the Tom Cruise one? I remember seeing that. But it's been quite a while. Unless we're talking about like a Japanese thing. Okay.
眼睛
眼睛
鞋子 火车
耳朵
在中国汽车靠右边开
You identify with the American guy, the cultural mixing and such? Oh, okay. I would really, if you like that, that's probably something I would suggest. Letters from Iwo Jima and Flags of Our Father. It's a really great intersection. What's another good intersection between East and West? And then like mixed cultural interpretation. Have you watched Lost in Translation with Bill Murray? It's a much older book. I mean, older book, but older movie. It's one of the film classics, actually. Bill Murray plays a character that gets lifted and spends time in Japan. And the film is called Lost in Translation. So it's like melding and interacting in a foreign land, and it takes perspective from an American. Bill Murray's character. Wait. Yeah, Bill Murray. I'm making sure I didn't. Yeah, it's one of the classics. One of the film classics. When it comes to that type of, it's not military, but it's cultural. It's a cultural thing, and it's specifically Japanese and American. Pretty nice one. It's easily one of his. It's easily one that made him, like, his career. Lost in translation. I gotta dig deep. I really like cross-cultural. It goes without saying I'm a bit biased.
在中国，汽车靠右边开。
Have you seen a Bill Murray film? I think those are really highlights his career as an actor. What other things? I'll have to get back to you on that. There's quite a lot. I have a guilty, maybe a guilty pleasure for very distraught, dissonant, realistic portrayals of fictional characters that cross cultural boundaries. Be it military, like conflict and stuff. I like that kind of thing because it's very, very telling and revealing. It's nice. It keeps me grounded.
在中国，汽车靠右边开。在
中国，汽车 ，yeah， 汽车 wait， 在中国汽车 other position 靠左边，
靠右边
，whoops, not the right side. I mean not the left side, the right side. 靠左边，靠右边，开车。
开。
Oh, just kai. Yeah, right. In China, cars drive on the right side, which I don't think a lot of people actually know. I think there's a significant body of people that are still unaware that China drives on the right side. And the steering wheel is on the left.
你开车来要50分钟。
Largely due to the idea that there's a stereotype about how Americans can't relate to a large population outside themselves because they drive on the right side of the road and have their steering wheels on the left side. Meanwhile, one of the biggest populations on the planet does so as well. 你开车你开车来要50分钟。你开车来要50分钟。And yet Japan decided to go the other route. Interesting. Yeah, I know, right? It's so interesting. I almost feel like I this is not true at all. This is complete fake news. I want to say this for the fun. It's almost like Japan wanted to be different. If you know what I mean. It's almost like Japan wanted to be different. Like nah. Let's we're driving on the other side. That's just how we're gonna be. What are your thoughts on American perceptions of China blend together? Oh wait. You delete a bunch. No worries. I was saying as a statement that Americans' perception of Japan and China blend together. What are your thoughts on American perception of Japan? Oh my gosh, it's another bot. What the heck, dude? In some ways, yes, but then you look at all the foreign words they adopt and use their own language. Yeah, I know, right? No. But then you can make an argument. Wait, but isn't that also trying to be different? No. Hear me out here. Hear me out. There are all. If you're wondering, in my opinion, if you wanted to use the English dictionary as a reference, right? Let's just say, I'm not saying I understand linguistics too well enough. I wanted, let's say, use the official English, right? The English dictionary. There are a lot of Japanese in the English dictionary, and the pronunciation key for those Japanese words are the Japanese pronunciation. However, when you think about Japanese adoption of adapting their own words, they use katakana. So in a way, it almost seems like, yeah, we still want to be different. I'm pretty sure that's what you were going in some ways, yes, and then but I feel like it's reinforcing the idea, like, so and here's a real fun thing. I saw a lot of Japanese Americans, or like Japanese English speakers, and then English speaking Japanese people, when they talk about the thing where also those adapted words took a meaning of its own. So what happened is, like, though like when you say sushi, right, sushi, in English, you're referring to sushi. However, or sushi, right? I don't even know what it sounds like anymore. Sushi, yeah, sushi. So sushi, right? Sushi is still sushi, but then you have like content creators, when you watch them, when you use the katakana word for a very specific word that you know in English, it does not capture the same meaning anymore. The word that they adopted, it's an adapted word as opposed to an adopted word, right? And in English, in the reverse, like I keep track of like Oxford language editions, and like when they try to define it, they try to define it as faithfully to the Japanese culture as they can, and then the pronunciation key, while it's alien and people will probably mispronounce it, in the dictionary they're pronounced not in the English manner but in the Japanese manner. Maki sushi? I mean, true. Yeah, true. It's still a form of sushi though. The example I'm thinking about in Japanese is not even close. And it's what is it? Imaji, or I think imaji, or image, or something. It's not even close. It's actually almost notoriously misunderstood. Yeah, perception. Yeah, imeji. Yeah, imeji, like perception. Not even close. And it's commonly on package, like packages. So it's very common. Yeah, or even almost reputation. Yeah. So we're not talking about like the different types of sushi. We're talking about a complete leap of meaning. I was saying, okay. Yeah. I don't think it's a bad or a good thing. I just think it's funny. Right, we can use image in that kind of way in English too. I have an image of what he is like, for example. Not the same. They only know sushi as a general word. Yeah. Yeah. Gaijin don't know the term maguro and the like, generally speaking. Fair enough. We're talking about official things here. We're talking about official things, right? You guys are making statements that I can find examples for, right? You are proving your point, but none of your examples are refuting my point. So we're making statements about obvious things that happen. We can use image in that kind of way in English. Certainly you can. However, it's not the meaning. Like, that's a loss in translation. I don't think the reputation and like the general nuances of that. And also, you need more context. I need to provide the context. The image word, imeji, was used on a product image or a diagram. How about the Japanese definition of imeji? I don't know. What is the Japanese definition of imeji? What are you going to refer it to? An English dictionary? Because I can't understand Japanese's interpretation of imeji. It's certainly not the... It's a very common misunderstanding. So, I would think that due to the nature of how commonly confused it is, that would represent not that we can use image in a specific way, that it leads to misunderstanding. Now, I was going to refer to Go Dictionary, a Japanese dictionary for native speakers. Yeah, but I can't understand that. So if you're explaining it to me, it comes through the filter of using English, which is the loss of translation. The funniest false friend might be Aitenso? Not sure what you mean, Timmy. Like, here's my take. Where like maybe I might be speaking out of my butt here. If you go to Japan and someone says sushi, like sushi, not in like maguro, maguro or maki sushi, what are the odds of that person misunderstanding that? Then a Japanese person going to the like an English speaking thing and say imeji. This really isn't a competition. I think appropriateness in both ways is a skill in itself. Right? Being aware of it. Those are two very different terms too, so I just took whatever term. Like the other one is like okonomiyaki, right? Okonomiyaki was another term that was added to the Oxford Dictionary recently, and the description, basically, if you would have read it, because you make comments like that about the nuances and whatnot, you'll probably say they probably didn't describe okonomiyaki properly in the dictionary, right? Because you can make an argument like, oh, well, that's the Americanized okonomiyaki. It's like, yeah, well, it's the English dictionary. And I don't think most people will call it okonomiyaki. More like ono, like, I don't know how to say it right now. I would need to hear someone try to say it. Sashimi, right? Sashimi is in the dictionary. As opposed to, I don't know. What's gurasu? Well, gurasu
And here's a good one from Duolingo, I suppose. Kopu. Kopu is cup, but it's also glass. But gurasu is glass too. But gurasu might be glass, and not just a glass on top of a table. But gurasu sounds like grass. I don't know. I thought it was funny. It's something topical. It was in the last unit, so I thought that's pretty funny. I don't know that many Americans would typically know sashimi though. A better example to demonstrate that you're getting at though is onsetto, onsento. That's a good example. Yeah, that's plug. Yeah, I know. Most Americans do know what sashimi is, but because it's on menus. Sashimi, like I would disagree with you about sashimi, but I don't know where you're from. Are you American, Drake? Because like maybe you're from a different part, but sashimi is a menu term. If a Japanese person were to ask where is the concepto, he would definitely get confused looks. Yeah, for sure. I don't pick the most extreme examples. I pick the examples that are more common. But I don't know how common it is for a Japanese person go to the United States and say, "Where's the consento?" Consento doko. Well, I'm not sure if they would say doko as well. I think they would use things like chaji or oh wait, actually dian is pretty bad too. Using dian for electricity might be pushing it as well. Actually, a lot of things dealing with electricity might be a good example. Probably where can I charge phone? Yeah. Dian, like dianwa, it would be pretty tough. However, they can do sumaho. Although sumaho, that's pretty cool. Sumaho. Nowadays, I don't know how you would express electricity. I know how to say charge the phone, like charge your phone. However, it's not close to anything, so it's not like a katakana word. Interesting. Yeah, I suppose. I think English's adoption of words take a pragmatically different approach than Japanese, and I think that's what I was a point that I was leaning toward. Whether you whether you agree with me or not, that's perfectly fine. I don't know enough about linguistics to feel confident about that. I earnestly believe that when you attempt to pronounce something, English has has sounds and predications that can accommodate the adoption of other words, as opposed to adapting those words. I don't necessarily think English speakers go out of their way and say, you're supposed to say sushi, and that's the way it's supposed to be said, rather than, oh, we can't say sushi, right? Sushi, so the closest thing we have is sushi. As opposed to in Japan, the impression I get is this is how you say the thing. Here's a thought. Like they're languages in two different parts of society, right? English and Japanese occupy
but very desperately different positions in the international world, right? So one language takes on the perspective of adopting other language terminologies, and the other language continues to preserve its language, right? The running joke or meme and trend in English, which is ironic, also the trend in Japanese right now, is that English is less English than anything else, and then that's the identity of English. Meanwhile, like Japan has this joke about fearing that Japanese is becoming less Japanese because of adopting English. And as someone, at least in my opinion, someone who really likes English, who use English a lot, I see Japanese English. I don't see English. It's Japanese English. And that's cool. That makes it a lot of fun. I actually quite enjoy listening to Japanese English. Not a Japanese person trying to speak English, but Japanese English. I think one of the native speakers that I met completely typed in Japanese English, like it was nothing. Like, and I try to speak it and like read it, the characters. I'm like, wow. that is incredibly impressive. In English, I have no Japanese, like or I have no Chinese, like, or English Chinese. I can't do that. I can't produce English Chinese. I don't know what that is. It's like pretending to have a Chinese accent while speaking English, as opposed to quite literally, it sounds like a different language. There's one very typical Japanese mistake you see is something like right house. What is a right house? Oh. Wait. Migi? Migi ima? Ima? No, migi ie? No, that doesn't sound like something. Oh, lighthouse. Oh, it's obvious what it means, but something is... Oh, right house. Oh, yeah, right house. Intriguing. Yeah, right house. I got you. I got you. A slight little nod to Japanese. I know we're learning Chinese right now and trying to complete the lesson. My nod to Japanese is I quite like, I would echo some of the hosts that visited Japan, like some of the British hosts that visit Japan. I quite like some of the katakana words over the English counterpart. Like, it breathes new life. So whenever I'm learning like katakana, like adopted words, they remind me, they give me a lot of like reminders of English. When I see like a menu in a sushi, like a sushi shop, right? Like a sushiya, right? I see English, or like I see English that has Japanese words that, for whatever reason, won't ever be able to be influential in the same way. Much like you're saying, you doubt a lot of Americans know what sashimi is. It's like, I actually don't doubt that. I think a lot of Americans know what sashimi is. They don't know the word sashimi. So sashimi, they do not know the word sashimi. Meanwhile, in Japan, they know exactly what they're referring to when they're speaking their Japanese English. They know exactly what they're referring to. So, that's kind of like the different contrast, I would say. I love wasai ego personally as an English speaker. I like how it sounds. I think it sounds really cool. I have no aptitude for it whatsoever though. It's the closest thing. Oh, hear me out. It's the closest thing to pretending to have an accent than I've ever gotten as an English speaker. Like what I mean is, I always thought it would be pretty cool to have an accent while speaking English. And the closest thing I've ever gotten to speaking English with some other accent is probably Japanese. I know this is a grass is greener kind of thing. Grass is greener on the other side if it's always greener on the other side. I like hearing English accents. I don't have, like, some people say I have one, but I feel it's a boring one. I have a boring English accent, like a boring American English accent. I was proven wrong once though. There was a person who's currently living in Hong Kong. This might have been a week stream back, like back a week. They picked up on the possibility that I was southern, like in a specific part of China. Like my parents were in a specific part of China because they sort of picked up on a little bit of my accent. But it's so subtle, in my opinion, that it's not interesting to me. So whenever like I'm saying like kapu, spoon, oku, right? Oku, as opposed to like ohashi, like chapu sticku. I don't know. I feel like that's the closest thing I've ever gotten to actually having an English accent, like another accent while speaking English. I can actually speak English with a Japanese accent if you want to. Exactly. Yeah. I could actually fool someone into thinking I'm Japanese using that speech pattern. Yeah, that would be a fun thing. That would be kind of a trolly thing, but it's fun. I don't know if I've gotten closer to a Chinese accent. No, I can't do any of this. Like, I don't know how to make. So hear me out here. Hear me out. One last. Oh man, today is such a great day. One last little funny thing. When the accent also has intonation, right? You have intonation of English accent. So like I've been watching this guy, Kyota. I think his name is Kyota. Kyota Oto or something. And when he speaks English really, really well, right? He's multilingual. However, the way he speaks English is a Japanese person speaking really, really good English. And what I mean by that is not the accent. We're not talking about like wasei ego. We're talking about the way he does it. He's like da 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 da. Like there's a cadence. There's like and this is stop. And that's what you want, like, and that's the way she goes. Try to accent and summarize this thing. And that's what I think. Like, it has the cadence of a Japanese person, and I don't even have that. I just sound like an American, like, in my opinion. Like, I don't sound like my parents speak when they speak a line that sounds like English. I figured maybe one of these days, the deep cut here is, I feel like one of these days, when you get so caught up in a language, you kind of end up speaking in that tone as well, like the intonation of it. So whenever my parents like pronounce an English word, they would speak it with the tonation, as in like the natural intonation of the sound. So a great example is "siao," right? "Siao" or "see you," "see you." So when they say "see you," it sounds like "see you," not "see you," "see you." So that's the things that I'm picking up right now. Like their intonation translates to English because the intonation is not as it's not that bad. Like it wouldn't make too much of a difference. My mental image of sort of thing is, yeah, Stephen Hay, Stephen He, basically. Yeah, Stephen He does that really well. Yeah, you get the you apply the intonation, but you don't need any of the pronunciation rules. Like you elicit the feeling, and I can't do that. I can't impersonate. Like I hear my parents all the time, and I still can't even like do any of that. I'm getting a little good sense of it though. I'm getting a sense of it. Like when my parents say like lily, as in like the flower lily, Nini. Now you know where it comes from. Nini. Instead of lily, Nini. Ni, as in like you. Ni, the one of the most repetitious sounds in riri. Oh yeah, there's riri. Yeah, as well. Yeah, so I'm kind of getting it a little bit, like here and there, where I'm like, oh, that makes sense. And now English is so much more fascinating, at least in my opinion. Now you're connecting all the things like, oh, that makes sense. I like really. What is the last part? Really, Puran? Puran? Oh, like plant? Yeah, plant. Yeah, I like. Yeah, I like really plant. Yeah, I think that's how when Japanese people see Americans read like menus, like when they're ordering sushi and maki rolls, like maki rolls and sashimi, and I'm trying to say it as much as I can remember in a Japanese restaurant. My ramen and ramen's pretty hot. Saying ramen. Ramen is pretty good though. There's more ramens than ramens, but you've always said I have a noted accent in Japanese too. I see. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's pretty cool. I don't know how accepting Japanese will be, or how people who learn Japanese will be, but I like to test that theory. I feel like I'm gonna be that guy that instead of asking how good is my Japanese, I'm more willing to become friends with someone who says, how's my Japanese accent? Or how's my accent? Like, do you like my accent? Like, to me, I think I would definitely meet face to face quite a lot when someone like, oh, I think your accent is like, it makes me smile, and you know, that kind of thing. And that'd be glorious, because when a Japanese person speaks English to me and they have an accent, my first inclination is like, dude, I absolutely love your accent. Like, your accent sounds so different, it's so exotic. And that's the perspective I have. Not that we have to meet one way or the other, more like 50-50. Like, oh yeah, okay, I'll try to like work on this part and work on that part, absolutely. But I can't get over how Japanese people sound when they speak English. Aku sen to accent wa watashi o I'm not sure are you into my accent? Oh, that's oh really? That's egao? Egao? Interesting. What does egao mean? I recognize the rest. Accent o watashi o egao ni. The ni suru, I think of it as like, are you into it? Like, do you settle? Are you okay? Are you chilling and vibing with whatever egao means? The accent makes me smile. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for chatting much longer. I think we might have lost Drake. Don't be a stranger though. Don't be a stranger. I absolutely love accents. You're still here? Do you speak anything with an accent, Drake? Like where you are and what you do? I can't do any accents other than the one that I'm talking with right now. The closest impersonation I have of my parents is "You so sorry," or omitting like just omitting articles in general, like my car here, my car here, you fix, like things like that, or why this expensive, can cheap more, that kind of thing, where you omit like auxiliary things in things because there's no like actual things in Chinese. You probably speak Japanese with an accent, I would imagine. I would imagine my Chinese is far from perfect. Have you gotten a chance to ask someone? Honestly, low key, best friends forever. If someone said like, as opposed to saying your Japanese is very good to me, if they said exactly what I mentioned earlier, like, you know, your Japanese accent sounds like impressionable to them, that would be best friend material for sure. You've always lived by the maxim that being understood is most important. That's a very apt maxim. I'm not saying so I don't want to give the impression that one should not attempt to be, you know, perfect, I guess, and trying to achieve their goals and whatnot. I also like to discourage, or that's a double negative. I also like to sound encouraging to individuals who may become discouraged when they set them, in my opinion, set their own expectations against the expectations of compassionate people. So for myself, when someone speaks Chinese or speaks Fujianese, it's amazing. It's incredible. Especially Fujianese. Holy heck. Someone comes up to you and speaks Fujianese and clearly isn't Chinese of any nature. That is, I would be floored too. Like, and I don't even consider myself culturally attached to Fujianese. I think if I did ask someone, they would just be polite and not give constructive feedback. That's unfortunate. Or is that something you would want? And is it like in a personal sense, or were you in public? I feel like the whole face culture thing that I was talking about, offering constructive feedback in public is, again, it can be very it's something that I would not expect, or I wouldn't do per se, like as a Eastern culture thing. Constructive feedback in public is very uncomfortable, or expected to be very uncomfortable. However, I like constructive feedback in public spaces, like here. Like people would come and say, "Hey, did you know that you're an idiot?" And then they leave. Like, okay, that's fine. Obviously, I'm a little bit being hyperbolic here. I wouldn't be phased with saving face whatsoever, but I would assume that most encounters I would have with someone would be on a one-on-one basis. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I see. Yeah, I wouldn't expect getting constructive feedback at all. Until you reach the personal level. So what is my, like, this is not a general rule or anything. If that person has shared something personal, like, a great example would be that person asks about your feelings when you greet each other. In my opinion, the moment, at least from an Asian perspective, I suppose, whatever that means for myself, if someone asks you about your personal feelings or what you're having, like when you meet them and they ask you like, "Oh, genki desu ka?" I would say that is more likely a person that is at an opening level of offering constructive criticism without considering it still a public space when you're one-on-one with someone. I used a Japanese phrase, but honestly, I was thinking more of a Chinese phrase, like asking, "How's your family?" Like, 你家人很好吗? Right? Or things like 你干什么? Like 你最近干什么? Kind of thing, where they're kind of openly in your business a little. And that's a very uncomfortable space to be in, even in a one-on-one situation. That is my personal take on that. So like being one-on-one has to also cross the personal barrier. Japanese people generally are reserved, but a good enough friend could be expected to be quite accommodating. Yeah, when you get to that friendship thing. Yes, I would try and improve my pronunciation if possible. I see. If you got their line, it's golden. Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah, they invite you into the house. Man, that is the gateway. Yeah. Or ask about your family. I think asking about your family is probably a big one. Like, "Oh, how's your kid doing?" As opposed to "Hi." Or "Hi, good morning, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. So and so. Good afternoon," or like, "It's a nice day," or something very indirect. Like, oftentimes, sometimes not even "it's a nice day." I think that's also too personal. I think it just ends at "good morning," "wan wan," like "an," right? "An," or "honbawa." That's probably where it stops. So. Leave. Awkward silence. Well, it's awkward silence to someone like me. It's probably not awkward and pretty normal to someone that says like, oh, so, honto, right? Honto. Oh, so desu ka? And that's it. Done. Yeah, it's got to be quite personal. Yeah. It's funny though. Here's one last little digression. It's funny though, the internet, like the English speaking internet culture, is becoming kind of like that. You know what I mean? Like, because of social anxiety and parasocial relationships and whatnot, it's kind of becoming like that. Like, people say things, throw things out, but they don't really mean it because they don't want to get it too personal. It's fairly funny how trendy Japanese culture is, but I almost feel like it's coinciding with the reservations. Obviously, I'm not speaking about everyone. I'm not speaking about the vocal minority, you know, the keyboard warriors and whatnot, like people who are actively doing it, but they resonate really, really loud. I think the vast majority of people are lurkers. They are people who have parasocial relationships and they learn a lot of things by observing. However, they're not outspoken. They are reserved because saying something wrong on the internet is so fearfully crucifiably. We're not speaking about the vocal minority, right? The vocal minority does not represent, like, they're loud, they're up in your face, and they're not worried about being wrong and right. However, I would say a very significant, if not majority, of people have established parasocial relationships. And they're very much like how I'm describing Eastern personal space. Like, if that person isn't willing to say something that might be taking a leap, like asking how you're feeling, which is very difficult to understand, then constructive feedback is far, far down the line. Criticizing someone you do not personally know is way out of the question. Way out of the question. I don't even think I've offered constructive feedback to my parents very often, like, because of seniority and all that too. So yeah, I don't even offer constructive feedback to my sister. She's younger than me, not by much, but it doesn't happen. Like, I don't talk to my sister in a personal manner, so I don't offer constructive feedback either. It's so weird. It's like a bubble. Well, it's not weird. Okay. It's weird when I think about how I interact with Americans. It's not weird. I don't think it's very common in Japanese culture. Or Japanese or Chinese culture. Constructive feedback is only welcomed at a level that you're invested in. And most of the time, you don't touch it if no one asked. People ask me for feedback on Japanese. I got a reputation of being an expert on that. Yeah. Pretty funny though. I not funny in the haha I'm laughing at you. I think it's funny because it's very heartwarming to see two people of different cultures interacting with each other and how they circumvent and interact. Like, I think it's comedy gold. It's also very entertaining, and it's a very realistic thing that happens all the time on the internet. I honestly think it happens all the time on the internet. However, the majority of the people don't say anything. Like, not the vocal minority. The majority of, like, people who watch, read comments, but don't say anything other than the most polite thing you can say, because you don't want to get crucified on the internet. I think there are more people who are afraid of expressing something with lots and lots of thoughts because it can't. In fact, I would say those people would make an argument that there's no way I could type a comment that is sufficient enough to capture all the meaning and nuance that I have to capture in the comment. And then you start thinking about all the things that make you say, what's the point of making the comment in the first place? I think that to me captures why I'm tight-lipped if I'm in a face culture. If you are not absolutely certain that you can provide constructive feedback, don't. And if you're not absolutely certain you know the person you're talking to, don't. I think it's one of the things that I talk about most with other language learners. When excited language learners, especially from like a westernized country, gets really super excited, and I love it because I see how passionate they are and how like excited they are, and they decided to learn a language that is steeped in Eastern culture. And unfortunately, in my opinion, maybe not unfortunately, humorously and innocently, when they go and have the first opportunity, all the situations that typically happen are situations in which you're probably not going to get the type of interaction you like kind of expected or wanted as a language learner, due to cultural dissonance. I talked about this with like Lotus a lot. Lotus knows quite a lot of Japanese, and he had like a recent interaction with Japanese people while boarding the same plane. And my thought was that, yeah, he described it like, yep, that's kind of, I mean, I'm not Japanese, but in Chinese, it's not quite any different. Like, oh, where are you going? Oh, we're going here too. How long are you staying? Uh-huh. And then that's it. Like, hi, yes, 2 days. And it almost seems like the person who's like speaking the target language is the one trying to encourage the talk, but generally it's very public decorum to say very direct answers to be polite, and that's kind of how it goes. So I always encourage others to make friends. Friends go a long way. Man, we're never gonna finish this lesson. No, we'll get it. I really appreciate it. Sorry if I sound like a broken record. I like talking about these things, if it's not already apparent. Okay.
你开车来要50分钟。
你开车来要50分钟。Sorry, I thought to myself, you and me both? Nice, Timmy. I thought to myself just now, would I say this in English? Like, have I said, like, not would I, have I said this in English? It'll take 15 minutes for you to drive here. And I thought to myself, yeah, I've said this a couple of times. It'll take 15 minutes for you to drive here. Yeah. When you're learning, when you're translating, I don't know if you guys ever encounter these moments. I have these moments all the time. Like when you're translating, like, wait a minute. Do I say that in English? Or like, do I say that in this language? Like,
you know, that kind of thing. Like, do I say the name of the person first before I say hello? Or do I say hello first before the name of the person? These things come up so much more now that I'm paying attention, I suppose. Although I don't think Spanish was any different. So that might have played in a role into it.
裤子
裤子裤子
脸
脸
圆
嘴巴
嘴巴
耳朵
You've caught myself second guessing certain things in English when having to deeply think about it rather than just doing it subconsciously. Oh, I do it all the time. Here, I don't know if you like what programs and tools you use. 95%, I would say 95% of the mistakes I make here is because I have forgotten what I said in English. Like, most of the time, like making like dropping plurals, moving the prepositions in a different place, switching adverb and adjective order, and unnaturally moving adverbs to different places of the sentence. And Duolingo does not compromise. Like, Duolingo does the whole exact thing. So when you're not translating in a specific manner, a very confined specific manner, you get like slapped in the face, and it startles me all the time. I'm like, that's what I say, right? And I say that a couple of times out loud. I was like, no, that sounds kind of weird. Okay. And most of the time the translations are used to translate words that I don't typically use in English, so it can be a little tough. Like, her office is close to here. Her office is close to here. It really does help with the Chinese. However, her office is close to here is kind of weird. I would probably say her office is close. Even at that. Her office is close, and it is implied that you're referring to the speaker's position or the subject's position. Like, I am here and her office is close to where I am currently. So her office is close. As opposed to her office is close to here. And I'm like thinking, wait. That is what it means though. Like, you know, it's to save time. Phrases like this got dropped out. And now I'm thinking in the reverse. What if a Japanese person is learning English? What happens when they speak and they are listening to English and all these things get like thrown willy-nilly? And then I start thinking, oh yeah, well, it's probably the same feeling that I'm getting in Japanese. Yeah, while the sentence is obviously correct, but yeah, not sure how I would say it naturally now that it's pointed out. Yeah, her office is close here. Yeah, when you pointed it, every time when I point this stuff out to myself, I'm like, how would you even say that? I would even say, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I would say her office is close, as in like close in distance. However, this is good though. Like the way they're doing it, it helps break up the parts. So I totally understand what they're doing.
他
So, 他的
的
And then sometimes Duolingo goes unhinged and like double interprets a phrase, and I totally understand why they did it on the Chinese side of things. On the Japanese side of things, it's kind of a little rougher because I don't have any intuition with that. But the Chinese ones are kind of humorous. There's oftentimes there's no implication of taking a vehicle. Like saying taking a vehicle, or like flying, for example. Things like, oh, I don't like flying. Things like these, and I'm like, oh, I totally get it. That totally makes sense. But I don't think that's what that's going for. I'm almost thinking that maybe I wouldn't say that sentence at all, because I would probably reference a specific place where her office is. Yes. Like, oh yeah, her office is over there by that copy machine or what. Yeah, exactly. Or like if I'm out on the street, I'm like, I believe the building is close by. Like her office building is close by. Right? Like there's a bigger point of reference. However, hear me out here. Hear me out. Because we are starting in a place, right? In the early places, our functionality and our maturity of our language is not as detailed yet, right? So we always get this like, what did I used to say feeling? Or what I mean is, when I was 13 or 14, how did I say it before? Like, how did I say it in English before? Would I say her office is close? Like when I was 13 or 14 years old? And that, to me, makes me feel young again, honestly. So nowadays, when I'm speaking Japanese, or attempting to speak Japanese and Chinese, I basically think that way. When someone asks me like, no, I would probably say her office is right there. And point, yeah. True. It's like, look, her office is right there. Yeah. So hear me out here. Hear me out. That's how I speak right now. Whenever I get the chance to speak in Japanese or Chinese, that's how I speak right now. Like, I don't know how to say parents, so I always say like, 我妈妈和爸爸，我妈妈和爸爸是中国人. I just said my mom and dad. My mom and dad are Chinese. That as opposed to like saying my parents both, like my parents both are Chinese. You could say like, and I forgot what parents specifically is. So instead I would say like 我家人都是中国人. Right? I can still kind of make it a little bit more collectively, a little bit better. I just said my family members. My family are all Chinese, as opposed to saying 我妈妈和爸爸, as in my mother and father, like as though they're like separate things and whatnot. So that's kind of how I'm going about Japanese too. I don't have a great Japanese. My Japanese responses are like, oh, so, 本当ですか? はい、はい、わかりました. That kind of thing. But, and then when someone asks a question, it's like, how long did you study, right? Japanese. 日本語, right? 日本語いつ勉強しました? Right? Or 勉強しましたか? Right? Something like that. I would say, once a day, like 一回, just like write 一回 and no he, like he no 一回, choose a number, like go, you know, 5時間 like 5時間ごろ or くらいです. Like I didn't work out those things yet. Most of the stuff like asking questions and stuff, that works. Asking questions.
like hypothetical questions on that. Those are the strong points because I'm largely more asking questions than or responses. Kind of funny. I end most of my responses with wa all the time, like go yaku yaku day wa. I don't actually know how you would say yaku and day. What is the counter for day? Understanding comes first, then eventually being able to form the sentences from what you understand. Yeah. A lot of times though, having the having a mindset of doing so is far more important, in my opinion, than attempting to understand something when you have not the mindset to promote a encouraging vehicle to attempt to do it. So for example, like there's a step before forming sentences, understanding, and that's coming with the mindset that you won't understand most things and you won't be able to articulate certain things in the manner that you're using. So oftentimes people can understand a lot of things but not be able to articulate sentences because that understanding was so complex that they attempt not to form sentences until they can form those sentences without practice. I don't know if that sounded a little convoluted. What I'm saying is there can be very, very well competent language learners. Like for example, you pass the JLPT1, right? And yet you constantly hear the association, like there's no correlation, there is a weak correlation between the inhibitions of engaging in active creative sentence construction. There are quite a lot of individuals who are incredibly eloquently spoken and incredibly comprehensible without the depth of being incredibly competent or understanding. Actually, I would even make a further argument that JLP doesn't test your output, only input. Yeah, and then and I'm not saying that they're not going to output eventually. The idea is, I think, one of the final hurdles is developing interpersonal skills for output. And I might even make an argument that earlier stage, which is kind of like people who jump to Japan or something right away, and earlier stage troubleshooting or struggling per se, like myself, I'm not embarrassed for doing that. It's all part of the process. In fact, I'm doing it at an earlier stage than most people. And a lot of people keep thinking like, oh, but you should speak to a native speaker. You should focus on your accuracy and whatnot. It's like, yes, if it works for you, right? This is not a one size fits all kind of situation. For myself, developing the interpersonal skills to be having the mindset of knowing that you can express things in different ways and not the way you are. That's usually how I go about developing interpersonal skills. Without troubleshooting, you cannot anticipate or be comfortable in ever being incompetent in something or working to improve something, in my opinion, because you're exposed to being perfect or apprehensive. I make errors all the time.
actually part of my goal. Make errors, learn from them. What are my goals? I don't know. My goals are making content that encourages people to find problem solving fun. My point that I was trying to convey earlier was just that I'm sure you probably heard all the words and read all the grammar you need to form your sentence, but just haven't got there where you can those sentences. I disagree. I can form those sentences in my head, but executing them in contextual things, none of that, in my opinion, independently affects that, in my opinion. So like what I mean is sentence construction is a different discipline entirely. So when you're saying your point is to convey that you probably heard all those words and read all the grammars, I understand what your point is. And I'm making a rebuttal that there's not a very strong correlation to hearing all the words and reading all the grammar that would necessarily help you form those sentences. The act of constructing sentences, different discipline than the act of constructing and creatively making things and meaning out of them is a different discipline, at least in my opinion. Something that is very well supported and helpful to know a lot of words and read all the grammar. Yeah, and I agree with that. I don't think I have actually heard all the words and read all the grammars to form those sentences. I'm actually at a position where I have not heard enough grammar or enough words to form sentences. And I'm suggesting that I'm going to form those sentences anyways, as in like attempt to. The act of attempting it is not being discouraged by how much I know, is probably my point. How can I be live for 10 hours? We're having a really great like differing, a penguin is back by the way, a differing like exchange of perspectives. Penguin, like I am not one to shy away from feeling not comprehensive about my words and grammar. When an opportunity strikes to communicate or construct sentences, I participate in it. Is probably what I'm emphasizing. And my goal, that is my goal. You meant that as a rhetorical question, as it was a relevant element to what you were talking about. Oh, yeah, that's fair. How do I have time? Well, I'm unemployed, Penguin. I don't have a job or obligation. I have plenty of time, Penguin. Not at the moment. Do I stream every day? Yeah, I do. We'll be back to streaming in like 10 hours from now. 10 or 11 hours from now. So, it is a rhetorical question. However, I want to elaborate on that question. There is feeling ready to participate, to output, and then there is being incredibly knowledgeable. One can be absolutely incredibly knowledgeable, however, being unable to ever output, as in like having the mindset and the encouragement or the feeling necessary to output. And my output started from day one. So I'm not saying everyone should do that, because you can be worried what happens if you output like bad habits and stuff. That's understandable. It's not for everyone. However, my suggestion is it's a balance, right? It's a balance between the two. And oftentimes the perspective often comes from the idea that one has to be competent enough to output. I get that. I totally get that. I don't think I'm going to use that approach for language learning. Probably for other things. Maybe. I'm typically outputting while I'm learning most of the time nowadays. So I take in a lot of input. I take probably just as much output. Whether I can construct it consistently, that is a better question, right? In this very moment, I might not be able to construct something, but it's very difficult to know what words I know and what words I don't know. I construct sentences when words I don't know. You've seen both approaches. Pimsleur is an entire course, no outputting from the very beginning. Yeah, Pimsleur is input only. Yes, I am aware of that one. Oh, it's on outputting from the very beginning. Oh, it is. Then which one am I talking about? Oh, I think I'm more thinking about like the crashing thing. Wait, someone was input only. Was it crashing? Crashing stuff? Input until you're ready to output? Someone is that. I don't really know what the theories are right now. I've already had this controversy before. Someone actually brought this up and said like, oh, you're a language learner, but you don't know all the popular theories of stuff. It's like, yeah. Oh, it's not to force output. Not that you can't. Okay, fair enough. There was one person who downplays output. Like, output has very minimal or negligible significance on its feedback on improving input, or like having a bearing on input. Like they sideline or downplay it, and I disagree. Not in a professional way or anything. I say, why not both? Most of the time, my answer often is why not both. You've got a philosophical question for me once you're done? Sure, go ahead. Crashing supports lots of comprehensive input, which I fully agree with. I agree too. Comprehensible input. Yes, I agree. From my cursory understanding of crashing. Pimsleur was another. There's the guy who's also named Steven. Steve Kaufman, who does LingQ, who worked with LingQ, or Link, however he pronounces it, who happens to also be named Steven. When I was referring to Stephen Kaufman, some people said like, no, I'm referring to Stephen Krashen, but no, I saw Stephen Kaufman. He has a YouTube channel, that came across in my algorithm, and that person, I feel, is a more married, like blended approach of a lot of stuff that I've come across. If you had one day left to live, how would you spend it? Interesting. I would spend it saying goodbye to everyone I know. Probably. Right? That's kind of an interesting question. If I had one day to live. One may also argue philosophically, I would continue to live the way I am currently living until the day I die. Because you don't know if you have one day to live. You never know. You might only have one day to live. Even I think Mr. Cochran or LingQ also takes a similar approach that Krashen uses as... Fair enough. I was talking more about his commentary on other... Since I haven't used Link, I was talking about his commentary on other people's products. Like the way he talks about it. So, not like his approach or his design. I'm talking about his YouTube channel, like the way he talks about language learning. It's less so about what is the rightmost things, what is the most optimal most approaches, but more of a ability to engage and consistently be open-minded to various approaches that may or mix and match and whatnot
when he is approached to evaluating other people's products and make commentary on how he personally learns things. He suggests certain things based on his own anecdotal approaches, and then other successes of his link services and stuff. He also provides a lot of very grounded, realistic, like more compassionate responses. Now, I'm not saying Crashin doesn't do that. However, I don't know, right? There's no, like, I might be able to find interviews or seminars and whatnot, but not perhaps if I really got into it. And then I saw like a interview of Pimsleur's thing too, or like it was more like a TED talk, like a sponsored TED talk thing, not like an actual TED talk, but a thing about his service, you know, the Pimsleur service. Because Japanese people are if anything, Japanese language learners are no short of providing their favorite approaches and philosophies to language learning. Which obviously I'm a novice in that. Not that I want to become a professional language learner of any sort. It's interesting how that simple question can change one's thinking. What if we replace one day with 1 year left to live? No, it doesn't for me, Penguin. I'll live the days like I live every day, because life is not certain. So, I still continue. I mean, I said goodbye because you said if I know I have 1 day to live, but you don't know. So I live to the best of my ability every day. Kind of like this, right here. This very moment. I try to do my best. Each and every day. I don't know if I have 1 day left. Or 1 year left. I aim for more. You feel like you don't? Are you happy, Penguin? Do you feel like you could do better? I think that's fine. Like, what I mean is the desire to do better, right? Constantly desire to do better and getting it done, that kind of thing, you know, making the most of each day. Yeah, I don't count the days until I die. Like, that's kind of probably the philosophy take here. I don't count the days that I have left. I focus on the things I have now. So if it means like doing this for the next day, then I'll probably do this for the next day. I'm very happy on all the things that I'm able to do with any amount of time. Wishful thinking, changing circumstances that I cannot change is probably going to take up more time than you already have. So if someone told you have 1 day left, this is a contentious point. This is a very contentious point. I would suggest, I don't know if you've ever seen this movie. It's called, hold up. It's also an East meets West culture thing, if you guys are interested. It's called, hang on. Dang it. The premise of the movie is the oldest, I think, matriarch. I think it was a matriarch. So the grandmother figure. One of the family members found out that she has a terminal illness and she's going to die. And some of the family members, especially the character that the MC that follows, wanted to tell her grandmother because they have the right to know, right? However, in the Eastern culture, you keep that from them because you carry the burden of that information. You do not burden the other person to living their life to the fullest, right? So it tackles this question of what happens if you knew. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure Aquafina was in it, so I'm using Aquafina's filmography as a way to figure it out. It has one letter, or it had one word or name. What is it called? Oh, it got translated. It's called the Farewell, I think. It's actually a Chinese intercultural movie. It's called the Farewell. I forgot what the Chinese name is, but Farewell is good enough. Oh, 别告诉. Really? 别告诉她? Don't tell her. 别告诉她. Oh yeah, don't tell her. Oh, that's funny. The English title is called The Farewell, but the Chinese title is Don't Tell Her. Oh yeah, take care. Take care, Penguin. Yeah, I don't know if anyone has seen this movie, but it was beautiful. Another great thing. Right. You seem really into your linguistics, Drake. Are you learning Japanese only, or are you already you're already like past the stage of learning? You're basically immersing or something? What stage of Japanese are you in? And I don't know if you're interested in Chinese or not. I didn't get quite the impression that you're interested in Chinese. And I'm gonna repeat myself. I don't really know that much about Hoffman, Krashen, or Pimsleur. I went to their site and stuff, got an impression of it because people asked me, I should do this. It's absolutely necessary. Like they've made me like, they did like an urgent thing. Like I'm gonna ruin my life if I don't learn these things. So that's the impression I get a lot of times from Japanese language learners. So pardon my forwardness or presumption, but I imagine that you're also an exclusively Japanese language learner. Most of the time that's the experience I get. Chinese is very different. That's not the impression I get most of the time. It's kind of a weird social self-selection. You would definitely consider yourself still learning Japanese. I've only dipped my toes into Chinese. I have a Chinese friend and happen to already know a lot of characters, so I would have a nice head start in that way. Ooh, you already have a Chinese friend. That's cool. Would your Chinese friend be interested in learning Japanese? That would be like 3 birds with 1 stone. I don't imagine you have a Japanese friend by any chance. I mean, I guess you did mention your intent on using Japanese earlier. That would probably somewhat suggest. Yeah, I've been learning Japanese. We studied together on occasion. Wow. Well, there you go. That's nice. I don't know if it will be possible for me to develop a friendship at the moment, the way I'm going about this. However, I might change things up to selectively bias in opportunities to interact with someone my age who resonates with my background and my goals, right? My goals and interest. Maybe. I think I met a few potential people, but they're very busy. 他的
办公室
里，喂，办公室
离这里
离这里很近。
很近。
Neat. With station, what do you mean by my approach or way of going about it? So most of my time now is focused on engaging like I like my current approach of learning tangentially by participating as an outsider in things. So what I mean by that is I spend most of my time streaming, but the streaming aspect is like a social experiment to motivate myself to acquire new skills. And most of that time though means that I don't spend a lot of time around people who share that similar perspective. So what I mean by that as well is I don't get the impression that when I stream something to demonstrate how I engage with something and then how take people's inspiration to create more things to engage in, like conversation and talking about people's interest and whatnot, I don't think that is very attractive when it comes to language learning. Because of the L word, language learning. I think a lot of times people think competence is related or correlate to their capacity to learn. And I firmly disagree about this capacity. However, it might also be because I'm out of touch with how people learn. Largely, learning doesn't happen in content. Demonstration happens most of the time. As in, here, let me show you how to do this the correct way. Let me show you how good I am. Let me show you what this... And if you are incompetent, the people you tend to encounter are the people who go out of their way to demonstrate that they are competent or more competent than you. So naturally, then I wouldn't resonate with those people. So it's very tough. The act of learning is very different from your level of competence. A very, very competent person can be a terrible learner in everything except the thing they specialize in. Almost arrogant and prideful even. I like being in a humble state, at least in my opinion. I like to show how learning is fun, but also filled with lots of incompetence and mistakes and whatnot. My experience does not tell me that's the type of people that are attracted to this type of content. They actually, in language learning, I think most of the time language learning comes from the perspective that someone comes to help you. And that's very kind. It's very kind. It's something that I don't resonate. Okay, I can only speak to how my friend and I study, which is focused mainly around getting them ready for taking the JLPT, so we can review grammar points and we aren't concerned over who knows. That's beautiful, Drake. That's beautiful. I think it's largely why you're here, but you have to be, here's the elephant in the room, right? How many people do I talk to on average at this level? Like, what I mean is not at the level of Japanese or competence. I can count them on one hand per day. It's not very popular, Jake. And being able to explain what you do, I think that's awesome. That's the type of connection, at least I feel, won't encourage how other people speak. Like speaking about your friend and your study, right? Those type of ideas are great, and it can inspire other people to want to do that.
saying things like, check me out. I can do all of this thing by doing the following things, and they don't demonstrate it. Like, they can't because they already did it, if you know what I mean. Like, cue the TikTok format where it does like one day playing the piano, 30 days playing the piano, one month playing the piano, and suddenly like 2 years, it already happened. And what happens here is things happen overnight. It actually happens within a minute. And that in my opinion, warps the perspective. So when someone like catches me saying, "Oh man, this person pronounced this wrong," like I should really write an entire essay on how this person should have gotten it right the first time around before even learning it. That happens. And that's mostly the type of interaction I have. I agree, learning Japanese doesn't seem like a very popular thing, or at least taking it seriously enough to take the time to sit down and study diligently. Yeah, I have a apprehension on using the word seriously. If you're seriously having fun and you can consistently do it, I think, yeah, I think meaning like consistently and doing that, yeah, I get that. I can totally imagine people having that sort of mindset when commenting on someone else learning. Yeah. The thing is, I don't know where I was going with that. It is it's a human condition. Like it's a state of like, I actually think that is someone who likes to comment but not necessarily teach, right? So there's providing advice and there's teaching. You've heard stories of some of the toxic behavior that happened in the Japanese language learning community. I have too. And I was skeptical. I still am, Rick. I still am skeptical. I think there's a pre-selection bias here. So like, I wanted to find out if it is a very specific type of Japanese language learning. Like, what is the behavior that's socializing with that type of thing? Like, is there a pre-selection? For me, there is a pre-selection. When you stream on Twitch, when you're learning something, most of the time it invites other people who know more than you. They're more likely to find engagement, less learning with you, like in video games, and more actually not even in video games nowadays. Honestly, I've watched someone that has been making live Twitch content for a really long time, and the difference between 10 years ago and now is very dramatic. Like now, when he plays video games, he has to police, or like he has to professionally police individuals who know more than him, right? Like, hey guys, okay, it's launch day, we're gonna play this video game, and day one, it's like, again, you know all the rules, we already set all the ground rules. It still does not stop swarms of people attempting to, I guess in that case, it's spoiling games, right? And I made this joke with Lotus a lot. Like, guys, there you go. Spoiling a 1,000-year-old language. I don't know how old the Japanese language is. I arbitrarily chose the word 1,000, or the time frame 1,000, but that's kind of what I mean. In Chinese, it's oddly different. Not only did the vast majority of my interactions were
Oh, I can't believe there's someone who's actually learning Chinese. Like my last interaction for Chinese was a native speaker who lives in Taiwan who streamed her learning English. But her first remark to me was, oh, I don't often find someone learning Chinese on a stream before. And that is so different than the interaction, like, and then the other 2 or 3 other times they just talk Chinese. They type Chinese and it's like, oh, okay, I use English now or something. So far I've had about the same within a given time frame. So in the last month it's about half and half, right? And it's so you can see that I often hear people complaining that the Duolingo account is full of nothing but people learning Japanese. Yeah. It's true though. Drake, I like to keep track of like what I'm doing, right? Like what I'm getting associated. I can guarantee you I have sampled. I check like every hour or so when I in my off time, like, ooh, it's like 20 to 1. It's at least 20 to 1. Occasionally you would get like Spanish. I actually saw someone who was learning Arabic. I don't know why they would use Duolingo to learn Arabic, because it's kind of awful. Like I was told it was awful. And yeah, or Spanish learners. Yeah, exactly. So you find Spanish learners, and I like watching people who learn English, hands down. If I have time, I love hearing people try to explain English words in Japanese. So whenever I catch a Japanese person learning English, I like listening to it, because they are doing the same reasoning and stuff, or like problem solving and stuff that I did. So the last time I watched that Chinese person, actually Timmy, you were in the stream. I was in the stream. I followed you to her stream when you were talking to Yanro. I forgot the rest, but I just remember it was lamb meat as part of it. I followed you into her stream, and she had a friend that was like explaining all the things. That's kind of cute. I don't think my sentence to them kind of land. I told them like, wow, they make a cute couple. I don't know if they were like brothers or sisters or something, but there was like another guy who was explaining all of it, and his English was exceptional, right? And when he was explaining it in Chinese, I'm like, yeah, that's a pretty good explanation. He was explaining the word and I was like, ooh, because would be like your first example, right? Would be your first example of and, but I notice I said first example, and in that particular example it could have been her, but ooh, so he was trying to explain like what and is in this situation, and it might not be her, because it can be others. There are many ways to express and, like the conjunction and. In English, it's and. It's and for all those. so I like wrote and I was like, yeah, that's a pretty good explanation. And I understood how he was explaining it in Chinese. That's so fun. They are doing what you're doing, only in reverse. Yeah, exactly. So it's so much fun, and they end up boiling down. Oftentimes they end up using terms that you can contextualize really well. It's a shame I don't have that much time to do that, but that's a thing that I've been doing for a bit now, because my Chinese is a little bit more natural when it comes to listening than Japanese. Japanese is a little bit rougher. With the context of learning though, and they're using Duolingo. So I can understand the Duolingo isms in the design. So if I don't understand a word they're referring to, I still know the context in what they could possibly be referring to. So that's kind of cool. It's kind of like
man, I'm digressing really hard today, but like a Final Fantasy game. I played a Final Fantasy game in Japanese. Way back. I was like 16 years old. I don't know any Japanese. But the thing is, the context of the video game, the structure, and the understanding of JRPG design, Final Fantasy 3, which is not Final Fantasy 6. In the United States, Final Fantasy 3 was Final Fantasy 6, but I played Final Fantasy 3 in Japanese, which is not Final Fantasy 6. That one was not available for a really long time. Yeah, exactly. So it's really fun. And that's what I'm going to do in the future. So I'm playing this game called Cobalt Core. And I'm playing through it in English. It's a roguelike deck builder. So the nice thing about roguelike deck builders is you go through loops over and over again, right? So once I finish the story, there's a achievement for daily challenge. So they have daily runs, right? And this game is localized in Chinese and Japanese. So the reason why I'm going about that this way is Cobalt Core is sci-fi. And also it has words like shoot, attack, damage, multipliers. So what happens in the future is, while I might not be competent in conversation and stuff, these are deck building terms. And I play a lot of deck builders. So in the future, it'll be really like that's how I'm going about it, right? And there are lots of storytelling games that I have right now that I know the English to. So that's how I'm gonna go about it. Will it make it interesting in the future? I think so. I think Japanese language learners and maybe Chinese language learners alike enjoy consuming a product as opposed to learning a product, like learning with someone. So in this way, that's why I'm working towards, I guess. Deck builder, as in the vocab for deck or Anki, or are you referring to something else? Oh, deck builders as in the genre of video games. Deck building. A deck builder, like a genre of video games. So you have like draw, discard, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic the Gathering. Those are constructed decks, but deck builders, those are like not deck builders, funny enough. But like Slay the Spire, or Dominion, for example, for the tabletop, something like that, Dominion. So you have like draw, discard, poison, right? Usually poison is corrosion. Yeah, some sort of card game. Yeah. And I want to build that vocabulary out because technically I would consider myself fairly competent in deck building. So that's kind of nice. I'm also playing edutainment games. Japanese edutainment games. This is such a long digression. And hello, Victor. Hello. I was extracting stuff from Shashinko. However, I'm in the Wagotabi beta right now, and they're about to have a update soonish because of a full launch on the mobile side. However, they have a 2025 release, so I'm keeping track of edutainment game for like Japanese as well. And then there are other games like storytelling games that are strictly Japanese, like Omori. I don't know if you've played Omori. I have not yet. It's still in my library. And I specifically play Like a Dragon games. So I have played them in all the languages. However, I'm going to probably play them again. And there's a new Like a Dragon game coming out in February 2025 that I have to prepare for. I thought I had at least till 2026, but... And Like a Dragon games are dubbed and subbed entirely in 3 languages. They have an entire cast for English, Japanese, and Chinese. As of the most recent Like a Dragon 8, which I have already played. And I've yet to go back. The reason why I started this journey was because of Like a Dragon. That's a long story. But long story short, it's combining the stuff that I like to do. So I don't want to force myself to do something unnatural. As in, yes, there's a natural way to learn Japanese, but there's also a natural way to make it into a lifestyle. I don't plan on living in Japan, and I don't plan on moving to, like, you know, I don't want to convert or something. So I like to integrate it to all the things I want to do. I want to play Japanese games, interact with Japanese enthusiasts, I suppose. It's kind of nice. I like that Japanese gaming industry is on an uptrend. The Chinese gaming industry is also on an uptrend because of Black Myth Wukong. Now, the problem with this is, I don't know if you're into gaming or something, but there is a lot of TOS restrictions. So there is a reason why I'm not doing that right now. The type of conversation that we have here is not appropriate while you're playing Black Myth Wukong. For sure, I think the moment you can start playing Japanese games is when learning Japanese becomes even more enjoyable. Yeah, or at least the things you want to do, right, Drake? At least the things you want to do. One thing I want to do is I want to read maybe like a classical book. And the reason why I'm saying classical book is because of copyright. Because I want to share that experience. So I've been asked this a lot, like, oh, why don't you use X? I mean, Anki is fair game. I totally get it. I can use Anki for sure. But why don't you use like Himsler or graded readers from X, Y, and Z? Largely is because of copyright. It's IP restrictions. And even if I'm not professional or I'm not like monetizing things or something, it's tough. The one book that I definitely want to read is Journey to the West. One day, maybe 2 years. Maybe 2 years, I'll probably read Journey to the West. The original Journey to the West. At least try my best to read the original Journey to the West. Not like a translation or something, because I probably get hit by copyright again. Yeah, you don't see a lot of people reading books, like contemporary books, is probably because that's the problem. It's IP, it's copyright infringement. So, unlike video games. Video games are a little bit more of a gray area, right? I suppose. So I'm still leaning towards video games, if that makes sense. If you want classical literature that's copyright free, there's not too many. Okay, let me write that down. Let me write that down. Natsume. Okay, Natsume Soseki. Nice. I'm guessing there's a public domain for his books somewhere. 19? Oh, 19. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would definitely work. Yeah, 1867 to 1916. Yeah, that'll definitely work. Yeah, I've been looking for it. There's a website, soseki.org. Soseki project. Nice. Oh, Oh, okay. Intriguing. Well, thank you. Oh, it's funny. Tofuku reviewed the project website. It's the second link because I use Tofuku a lot. Google algorithm, I tell you. It has recorded audio from native speakers reading the book aloud. Nice, nice. I'm no stranger for that. Right now, I'm using graded readers in Japanese every once in a while, so I'm very used to hearing audiobooks or like audiobooks that have speakers speaking out loud, that kind of thing. I'm very used to audiobooks. Very comfortable with audiobooks. Actually, that's my dominant way of reading books. I don't actually read that many books often. I like listening. I'm more of a listener nowadays. And a very nifty tool that allows you to hover over words and show you the English meaning. Yeah. I like that. That's wonderful. A pop-up, a tooltip. Tooltip pop-ups are fantastic. Very, very wonderful. I'll have to take a look at that. I want to read one of them too. So like a part of my thing, a part of my spiel when I play video games is I like reading them. Like there's something really pleasant about practicing cadence and imagining the characters. So many of the games I play are text-based games. They don't have audio. Like a Dragon is a full production AAA title from Sega. That's very rare. Like Persona is also another one, right? Those are very rare. The vast majority of my games are text-based, and I read all of them. There's something very elegant or very nice and different about wanting to use, if you have one, obviously. Like I know some people might not have one. My voice is not very strong. It's already like kind of fizzling out now. But I think if you're a language learner, you want to read these. You want to try to read these. In my opinion, I know I might be overhyping output or something. I don't think output might not necessarily help with input and comprehension of the language, but it can help with your self-esteem, like having an environment that promotes wanting or being comfortable with the idea of using your voice is, unless that's not part of your goal, usually it's better not to have a discouraging impediment. And that's kind of what I do. If that's the answer. That's a long-winded answer to why I chose to stream language learning. I wasn't here to teach anyone anything. Like there's no amount of I was here to teach something, but not Japanese or Chinese. I think people who ask me for advice for learning, my advice tends to have very little to do with the actual language stuff. It's more about advice on how to stay consistent, be comfortable with yourself, and always feel enthusiastic even when someone is not receptive to your passion, because you need quite a lot of that to want to learn a new language. And you gotta find people who are just as enthusiastic. Like having a friend and connecting people. I can't tell you how many times I try to, every time I bump into a Norwegian, I basically just defer them to Sub-Zero. I like bringing people together. Learning a language would have some degree of variance from person, so it would be hard to recommend a method to someone making it personal. Yep, exactly. So when they ask for advice, it's humbling. But usually my first comment is, I don't know you. We just met. We're strangers. It's incredibly hard for any person who has been in academia to comfortably provide any form of advice. However,
I may be able to provide mindsets and enable you to do certain things in which you discover that on your own because you have all the details possible. Otherwise, you might have a close friend or something. However, we could start somewhere. Like, there are ways to ascertain what may be working for you. So oftentimes an approach would be to start with what works. When was the last time you learned something? Can you characterize those methods? Use that as a springboard. We can exchange ideas here in real time and develop a personalization together as a learning experience. That didn't go so hot because most people don't like learning with other people, so that's fine. And then on occasion, there are people who constantly update me on what they learned. And my challenge to them were, hey, can you explain to me what you learned? Even if I don't know it, we can learn together. Like, if you're able to explain that to me, I get to know you more, understand your personalized stuff. And that's where we go about it, right? It's developing the sense of ability to achieve some sort of personalization. Now, it also works the other way around as well. Language learning, while the variances vary from person to person, advice given is often provided as a one-size-fits-all mostly. And it happens very often with the Japanese learning community, where they would come here and they would give you a blanketed statement like, oh, you should be doing this and this, and this is, and I'm like, okay, I'll take it to consideration. Not once did that person even ask me about my aptitude or anything, like even my goals or anything like that. It was ascertained that since I'm learning a language and it happens to be Japanese, that I get prescribed something. So I'm totally understanding what you're trying to say. It would be hard to recommend someone without any details about that person. The nice thing that you can do is turn it around and ask yourself, do you know the details yourself? Like, sometimes you might already have the answer. Like, someone says like, oh, I've tried everything that I think I can and I keep like getting roadblocked. Sometimes it takes another person to ask the question because they actually don't know, right? And asking the questions might enable them to be like, oh, you know what? I haven't even considered this. And I already do this with my other things. And that's kind of a decent way of going about learning as opposed to the language. So yeah, most definitely. I'm far more interested in encouraging people how to learn and problem solve. I think I've had, without saying too much about language learning, like, it sounds like I'm like knocking on language learning. I think up to this point, language learning has been the most fruitful social experiment that I've had so far, about connecting to people who are actively learning and problem solving. It's still not that great. And what I mean is, what does that mean by not great? We're talking about someone who goes to who have gone to one of the top universities, right? It's not at that level where everyone is like, you walk into a classroom and it's palpable what the level of open-mindedness and nearly desperation of knowledge seeking it is in the room. However, I would say it's far more than using video games as a platform for learning, which is ironically what Duolingo is trying to do. Or not ironically, coincidentally. No, I don't think it's a coincidence, honestly. And that's kind of what I did before. I tried to make video games as a platform for learning about video games. I typically don't learn. I'm going to contradict myself here. The most important thing that motivates me to language learn is actually not fun. It's not like about fun, and it's not about competence. It's actually not even about the pragmatic use of the language itself. It's interaction with people. practicing my communication skills, and then, you know, getting a better sense of communities as an outsider. I don't think this is my personal bias, and I'm willing to say this conservatively. Since we live in an Anthropocene, as in a world predicated on human culture and human interaction, collectively working on how to interact with more and more situations with other human beings, like language learning, is arguably one of the most valuable skills. One of the most valuable skills you can have, and experiences that has a very high ceiling of return. Now, whether you have time for that and whatnot in the pragmatic cases, most certainly, I understand. Not everyone has this luxury or this privilege. For myself, I think my success was owed to a lot of that from people who basically helped me out. I was incredibly socially inept, largely due to the same, in my opinion, of very similar symptoms that, in my opinion, is enriched in the internet culture today. So whenever I describe my past, I think lots of times kids of today, or like youth of today, resonate with me, and they think that I'm their age. I'm not their age. The things I describe are the same struggles that I had when I was younger. The internet just so happens to not be around at the time. Like anxiety, like social anxiety, chronic depression, social isolation. But the isolation didn't come from parasocial relationships or dominant doom scrolling, like vicarious experience. Is because of racism and discrimination. So there are a lot of parallelisms between all the boundaries that are creating, I would argue, potentially underdeveloped interpersonal communication skills that I see myself having. So whenever I talk about my quote-unquote younger days, I think it becomes all the more surprising when I reveal to people that what I'm talking about is over 20 years ago. All the things that I describe about social anxiety, mental health, and stuff, they just happen to be coincidentally very reminiscent of internet culture today. So when like I listen to a interview with Stephen He and stuff, when they cite those things, it's not uncommon right now to have Asian diaspora, maybe other cultures, but for me personally, it's pre-selected for Asian diaspora, to have something very similar. I connect with that. I use Duolingo for that, or anything really. I like talking to one or two people every once in a while when I'm doing things, and I really appreciate your this moment with you, Drake. Like, it's very nice. These questions, these commentary, it's very involved. Obviously, it's not possible if you were like a hype lord catering to 50,000 people, that kind of thing. Not very possible, right? This is more of a personalized experience. If it's anything remotely considering the standards of Twitch live stream interactions, this is probably considered personalized. If you were, I don't know if you're in the same agreement, but this is probably far more than one would expect in terms of personalized agreement. Well, thank you. I enjoy more of this sort of stream where it's more of a small group conversation. I do too. I actually have no problems sitting there like like a coffee table, and then there's like one person leading, right? One person leading and another one talking here, and I'm like just chilling here, and then everyone's taking their turn. I love these little things like coffee coffee table talk kind of thing. It's kind of how podcast works too, in a way. Until like it became like an industrial trend. I feel the elements of like podcasting kind of feels like that. Only this time, whoever comes in can be part of it. You know? So, thank you again. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it does have that sort of feeling, you know. And I know this might sound a little contradictory. I do find that those who are on Twitch have a easier or more normalized time on writing, like typing, as opposed to concerning themselves with the decorum necessary to enter a speech in speech, like a guest-oriented thing, which becomes the podcast, right? Becomes the podcast. And that's where I sit currently. Like, I have not met... I might be scouting for someone. However, I can kind of see myself finding like some sort of investment in that way. But generally, texting, speaking. I'm usually the one doing the speaking. And I yap a lot when the company is great. I try sometimes. Yesterday, someone said, "Oh, this is anticlimactic," and I said, "How so?" And the person was already gone. Like whoosh. They made a comment, they left. So that's 95% of the interaction. Or someone asks a question, and 5 minutes in, I'm pretty sure they already left. When you ask a question, you're probably gonna get like an hour to 2 hours from me. At least, or at least I try. Thanks. All right, now we're gonna really finish this lesson.
可
Okay, 可
头发
And Victor, if you're still here, it's a late day, Victor. Hope you're getting some rest. Oh, I guess you don't start work yet. You haven't started work yet. How's your front loading? How's your onboarding? It's so hard to know who will be there from moment to moment. Yeah, which is understandable. Yes, and I'm sure that there are a plethora of things that can pull them away. Absolutely. And that's the understanding, right? You're taking 2 hours of sick leave. TB test reading. Oh, okay. I hope you're negative. Victor. Okay, so you're taking a 2-hour break from your onboarding. Hopefully you're negative. Nice. I see. It's late. How are you this evening?
鼻子
I got roped in. There were so many good conversations today. Lots of culture, lots of Japanese, lots of Chinese. I don't know where we went. Time flies. You need to document it. Oh, I see.
机场
机场. Yes, Seth. I suppose. 机场. 质量
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 请
停这里
这里
哦在这里停
你们得走路来这儿
你们得走路喂
你们得走路来这儿 你们
你们
得
得走路，
走路
走路在来
来
来
这儿。
这儿。
你们得走路来这儿。
This is still weird. 你们得你们得走路来
你们得走路来这儿。
来这儿。对，哦，对，
我在飞机没有睡觉上在上
我在飞机上，我在飞机上没有睡觉。Yeah. That was it. I was delaying the inevitable. We were at the last unit already for a while now, so we'll skip completing this. This is fine. Tomorrow is a new vocab day. Talk about the weather. Ah, my favorite subject. Talking about the weather. We already did it today, right? Hooray! Usually these things take about an hour, and everything else is worth more, you know. Although my voice is kind of... thank you, どうですか? どうですか? 天气天气在怎么样? No, I don't know. 天气是怎么样? No, that doesn't sound right. I don't actually know. Right now, the way I have it scheduled, usually, Japanese and Chinese take about less than 2 hours. And the units are very overlapping now. So in Duolingo Japanese, for example, they spend the first, like, entire course introducing to you hiragana, like around like 2300 vocabulary words, and then maybe like 100 kanji, like really small amount of kanji. Then they switch over, and now you know all the vocabulary words, and you only learn like 1 or 2 new vocabulary words, and they're converting everything to kanji that you already have. So it takes very little time. The idea now is I write and create associations. I'm constructing paragraphs and associations while I'm going, since I'm not really learning effectively new vocabulary most of the time. In Chinese, I'm not so concerned with the sentence structure because I have intuition on how to organize the phrases together already. So for Chinese, it's shorter because of that. And I've separated in a way that I can juggle both of them. There was a time when I spent 4 to 6 hours with Japanese. And before that, it was 8 hours of Duolingo. But now 2 hours is diverted to something else. And then 2 more hours is diverted to something else. But then I have a 4-hour block, which is separated into Japanese before this, then Chinese with Duolingo as the basis. And I complete 1 unit, whatever the length is. And then the second unit, which is the review after the sleep, like sleep and organizing. And then the last 3 is about the same amount of units. It's a personalized practice. And it's like kind of laid out in a way after using Duolingo for 200 plus so days. I've come up with like
how I do my recalls and how I do my writing, how I go. Since this is day 3, I don't do any of this. How I diagram this out and then create like a association plot or like a web thing, or even write out sample sentences. That's kind of how I go about it. And usually those sample sentences come from other sources. Whenever I learn something from outside, I bring it in to Duolingo, and then or any stories, and then whatever is in Duolingo, I try to bring it out, right? So that all the stuff kind of blends together. So at this point, like vocabulary and sounds and stuff are starting to blend together pretty regularly. And we're actually close to the end of the Chinese course. The Chinese course is half the length of the Japanese course. So at some time, we're going to go into daily refresh, which is how Duolingo is structured, daily refresh. So then we are going to tackle other things and then like relegate the daily refresh to maybe 30 minutes, something like that. It'll be interesting. As far as the stuff that's here, using a different type of reference, it's like A2 B1. I mean, no, sorry. C. How does it work? Does it start at the bottom? It's like intermediate. Like you get like early intermediate by the time you get to the end, I imagine. It covers most of the grammar rules for the first 2 levels, and that's about it. So then I still haven't looked too closely at all the grammar rules because I already know all the grammar rules. Yeah, I don't remember the scale either. Let's just say whatever they taught are most of the word equivalents that I already use with my parents to solve like a vast majority of problems. So like how to pay the bills, how to drive a car, how to like describe where you're going, what are you going to do later, what are you going to do now. It actually covers most of them. Now, in terms of how to construct those sentences, since I speak Fujianese, it becomes the structure does not change between Fujianese and Mandarin. So in a way, it was I didn't realize how comfortable it was going to be. I honestly thought that it was going to be very hard. Like what I mean is, it's going to take a very long time investment, much like Japanese. However, it was picked up very quickly. So looking at the chart really quickly, A1 is beginner and C2. Okay, so it's A1, A2. Oh, wait. Actually, it might say here. Hold up. They typically have something listed here. Or it's not loading, so that means they don't have it anymore. Yeah, it's not loading, so they don't have it anymore. They removed it. They're usually refining. Yeah, so I would say, so all the grammar rules, listed under A1 is I have an example sentence of every single A1 grammar rule from Duolingo. Now, that's not to say that there's context around it, but the grammar rule itself, there's a sample sentence for all of A1. There's a sample sentence for half of A2, where we are now. And I imagine by the time you get to the end, you might have a stretch goal in touching some B1 stuff. And that's reasonably where I think the Japanese do. Like, what I mean is N4 and some of N3. The last time I checked at day 100, where I was able to catalog an example sentence for all of N5, and at 100 days, that's not much time. At all of N5 and 2 or 3 things of N4. That was 100 days ago. That was 124 days ago. So whether they're useful or not, in terms of like the grammar example, I looked through the list and I wrote a sentence that demonstrated that grammar point. Not that it tells you how to construct like conversation or a story, but that's kind of giving an idea. A lot of people are often wondering, well, they don't tell you about any of the grammars. So what is the exposure? So I used a outside grammar source to verify the example sentences. And so that's how I went about doing grammar for Duolingo, because Duolingo occasionally has these little blips, but I would say it covers like 15%. I think I'm being a little generous. 15 to 20% of actual grammar examples in their things. However, they occur so frequently that when people read the grammar in retrospect, as in what I mean is, if Duolingo is still fresh in your head and you go and read about the grammar, if you really like grammar or not, it becomes like, oh, that makes sense. 今日はどうでしたか? Pretty good. We're about to end. I don't know how to say end. いいですね。いいですね。Or いいです. Sorry. Right? It was good. Thanks for asking, people. Yeah, we're wrapping up. Sorry, I'm more in the 现在我现在我很好 right? 现在我很好不错我很累我一点累 a little bit tired, but we were doing Chinese at the time. Oh, そろそろ oh yeah, そろそろ true そろそろ終わるそろそろ終わるよかったはい、よかったです。Okay. All right. We don't have to end with a take-home message. All right, that's the end of our I haven't had these digressions in a long time. The last time that video was 13 hours long. I think the longest we've ever gone was I had a conversation with someone for like 4 hours, and then I have another conversation right after with someone for 5 hours, and then we spent like 2 hours working on Duolingo sessions. It was about interracial couples. But yeah. お疲れ oh yeah, お疲れ様でした。ありがとう。はい、頑張ってください。Right. Hey. More later. Feel free to, I always welcome stories. What are your milestones? Like the take-home message here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for listening. If you're gonna watch this later, ありがとうございます。谢谢. Right? It's not really about my progress per se. I like that I want to make myself available, at least as much as I can, to be like a vehicle to encourage other people to be expressive and engage and be, I don't know. If you need someone in your court, in your corner, without the apprehension and the insecurities about being embarrassed, I got your back, I think. I'll at least try my best. I might not know anything about you, but sometimes saying good job and having a listening ear to even a stranger can completely change the outlook of their lives. I earnestly think that my success was owed to the idea that they were strangers. Certainly they were hired to teach and stuff, but that's where it could have ended, but it didn't. So I'm basically investing forward. I'm returning the favor of all the things that made me earnestly a lot more socially adept. I wouldn't have this privilege and all the things I have now without the generosity, be it if it's their profession or not, the generosity of it. I call them my professional family. I feel like it was very difficult to not see it that way. And I genuinely always remind myself, like, sometimes luck can find you, but also making yourself available to embrace that when the time comes. Sometimes one can have lots and lots of opportunities. However, you might not be able to see it. Right? So, if there's anything I can ever do, is increase the odds just by a wee smidgen. So, if anything makes you feel better, I hope you pass that along. Pass it along. One person, changing a person's life, could change the world. Who knows? That sounds a little bit bombastic and hyperbolic, but I like to believe in it. That's kind of one of the best thing, one of the most rewarding things about teaching, and I miss teaching. Regrettably, though, I don't have a specific skill set that can be demonstrated in one day or in one lifetime, really. The thing I can tell you is I'm fairly adept at making people feel important when they don't feel important about themselves. So what I mean by that is I'm not talking to all the successful people out there or all the really secure people who go around showing how good they are. I'm more interested in those people who are incredibly talented, very considerate even, right? But also sometimes those considerate and compassionate people, they may need a little interaction as well, and a little form of encouragement. And in those people, I feel, are the ones that are compassionate, the future teachers, future educators, right? At least that's how I feel. Or not like a formal teacher, but more like an influence, right? A positive influence. That's creating my own village, I suppose. Anyways, that's a great take-home message to leave on. We talked about a lot of things. There's no particular one topic. I think what I said is perfectly related to learning a language, integrating culture, finding compromises, being interested in other people's things, but not necessarily criticizing them for what they do, but more like being happy for them and being encouraging. There are plenty of things online that's discouraging nowadays. Our whole conversation started with personally it's actually a comment you made, Jake. I didn't want to leave it on a note where eating can be about things you should avoid. I think oftentimes there's plenty of people out there telling you what is scary and what is not. But in this environment, I think there's some room for being happy and always celebrating, right? Celebrating what you have learned, what you do, what you have, and all the foods that you like to eat, like Hawaiian pizza. Sorry, not sorry. I'm kidding. Okay. That's a wrap. Right? Until next time, which is tomorrow, in like 12 hours, less. Yeah. Until next time, right? Stay safe, stay happy, get the things you need to do done,
and have fun doing the things you choose to do. So until next time, またね。じゃあね。再见。拜拜。